absolutely terrible idea. I hate it. Um, Meetings like this have faults, right? There are shortcomings. People can try and game the system with reconsidering things, whatnot. But this is the purest form of democracy that exists on the planet. Not only does everyone get their vote, but when things get brought forth in front of the legislative body has the opportunity to say, you know, we don't want a yes or no vote on that item. We want to revise it to something that we do want to approve. And without this kind of district meeting format, we lose that. Vote against this.
Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive, Brookline. Previous speaker has stolen some of my thunder, but what I wanted to say specifically was that voting in and of itself is only part of democracy. The ability to hear from our neighbors and friends and even people we don't like is really critical as to what we're doing here today. And I have gone to meetings where I've gone in with a particular mindset, and on occasion, not always, but on occasion, the presence of speakers in a meeting like today's has changed my mind. And I think that is so much more important to us. And as long as we can possibly maintain this format of decision making for our communities, I think we should keep it. Vote down SB2. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Richard Gribble, Oak Hill Road in Brookline. Ditto. Ditto. Just for the record, this has come before this body before. Came before this body last year and was voted down. Came before this body the year before and was voted down. In my opinion, and I completely concur, I have come to these meetings and had people explain things that I did not know, that have only come up because somebody else in the meeting asked a question, and the explanation came out and has changed my mind. I have also not changed my mind, just in case you were wondering. Vote this down. I agree, this is the purest form of democracy that exists. People may not vote your way, but you know that they listened to you and they considered your opinion before they made that decision on how to vote. Thank you.
Ms. Fareed.
Tammy Fareed Hollis. I used to be an adamant foe of SB2. I appreciate the points Mr. Power made. I recognize that they have validity. The one thing that I've learned, though, through the years of Brookline School District to SB2 format is structural, which is the work burden on the SAU staff to prepare the remarkable mountain of documentation when you ask again why the SAU staff has grown over decades. This is one of the myriad workloads that has expanded. It is not insignificant that they must prepare an entire budget and warrant a full month and a half earlier than we currently do with the town meeting format. It also places budgets and other related items, including CBAs, other collective bargaining agreements, before the public many, many weeks earlier. It sounds like a small amount of time, but that time gets us closer to the ends of fiscal years. We have better ideas of unassigned fund balances, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to ask, if it's not unreasonable, if the superintendent or even the chair of the budget committee or the chair of the board could comment on how the SB2 format would affect the workload in the SAU, which is tasked with creating all the documents you receive. Like, I think in Brookline you're used to receiving mailings to every household on the warrant. Those don't come from the town of Brookline. They come from the SAU staff, all for the school SB2. So all of that is a large, vast amount of work. And I would like to hear some comment about that from the folks who know.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. The vote has been recorded of the school board and the other.
If you have a point of order, you need to let everybody hear it, so come on up. It's a big space and we need microphones to hear.
The point of order is that the votes have been recorded and made public. They've had their opportunity to speak and say how they feel about SB2. Now it's our turn to speak about how we feel about SB2. So we don't need to hear from them again. Thank you.
I'm not sure that's a point of order. Yes, sir. Oh, actually, Mr. Corey, did you want to address the question?
Whatever form of government you choose to have, we will make work. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Craig Mock, 33 True Road, Hollis. We've been here 4 hours now. It took us 1 hour and 47 minutes to get to the first article that we voted on today, and we're not even close to being done. This is a very quaint custom that you have here. I moved here about 10 years ago to put my kids in the best schools in New Hampshire, and that's in Hollis, or at least it was at the time. So the school board is doing a great job with kids, but this process is completely out of control. There's a time to gather information, there's a time to debate, and there's a time to vote. We need to approve SB2 so that we cannot be here for 8 hours, table and table and table and come back. This is a game of attrition. And I urge you all to vote for SB2. Thank you.
I apologize, Ms. Fareed, for forgetting that you had a question outstanding. Yes, ma'am.
Maria Beaches, Pepperell Road, Brookline. And I'm going to be reading to you from the Department of Revenue Administration, an official New Hampshire government website. It says here that RSA 40:13, Senate Bill 2, also known as SB2, official ballot referenda, is a form of town meeting that has 2 sessions, not 1, 2 sessions. The first session, deliberative session, is for explanation, discussion, debate, and amendments to the proposed operating budget and warrant articles. The second session is a voting session, allows voters to cast an official ballot to pass or fail proposed articles. Here we are, baking in the sun, truly unhealthy conditions for all here. Having SB2 in place would allow those who are disenfranchised, those who have little children who are not able to find babysitters, those who are working and must work on a Saturday or a weeknight, and the elderly, and those who do not want to be here due to COVID concerns. In addition, it would be by ballot, so that your vote would be a private vote, and you would not feel coerced into voting one way or the other. If you look around you, how many people are here? I've noticed that we've had less than 500 votes on each of these articles. We have approximately 14,000 people between the 2 communities. They deserve a voice. What are you afraid of?
Mr. Garuba.
John Garuba, 30 Meadow Drive. I'd like to share with everyone here a personal experience. I moved here from New York some time ago, and the school budget process in New York was very similar to what SB2 was proposing. I can tell you from experience there that the process is not better. It's not a panacea. It actually will result in worse outcomes for taxpayers in runaway budgets, as well as worse outcomes for our children in the quality of their education. The current process is what makes this school district great, that the community is here willing to put in this time. I heard someone previously talk about moving here because of the school district. Well, the school district is great because of this process. Please vote against SB2.
Mr. Sachs.
David Sachs, 43 Jambard Road. I'm a strong supporter of SB2. I've lived under SB2 in Bedford. I can tell you that you don't lose the ability to amend, discuss, and learn from one another. That's called the deliberative session. That happens in this, and you do that. You go article by article. You can change the orders of the articles. You can do a lot of what we do today. The only big difference is when push comes to shove, when all's said and done, the actual vote, yes or no, happen through ballot. As someone who used to travel for work, I'm looking forward to doing that again. As having had, my wife's never shown up to one of these because someone had to do something else, the kids and whatnot. I've always felt that SB2 is the right model. The absentee ballot process is, for me, the sacred thing. And by the way, there is misinformation out there. There are people who propose SB2 who say this will reduce taxes. It has no connection whatsoever to taxes. It's a voting process, and in fact, it's easier to pass a bond. You need 60%, not 66.67. So bear that in mind. It's got nothing to do with opposing education, supporting education, opposing tax increases, supporting tax increases. It's just a way for more people to participate, which I think is good.
I don't mean to refute any of your points, but I would like to say that the legislature changed the minimum for bond issues from 2/3 to 60%. So that was a change in this last session. So that new bond issues brought in front of a meeting would be 60%. Mr. Buteau.
Yes. In the interest of time, and given that a lot of views have already been expressed on both sides and will continue to be expressed by everybody in line behind me, I call the question.
Mr. Buteau moves the question. Mr. Harris is a second. I believe that's Ms. Shandley at the back. Is that correct? All right. She will be the last speaker if this passes. If you are in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The ayes have it. Yes, sir.
Web Scales, 49 DuPont Gould Road, Brookline. SB2 sounds great. Obviously, we get more voters. You can show up at the polls. There's none of these nasty deliberative sessions with ugly people and hot sun, and you get to vote on everything. What a great system. Well, except for the fact that you don't get away from the deliberative session. There is a deliberative session, and if you want to vote on something, you need to show up at the deliberative session and the ballot session. Great, now you've doubled your work. The other problem is if you don't show up at the deliberative session, then other people decide what you get to vote on the ballot. Just think about that for a minute. You don't get a say. You get to walk into the ballot and you get to vote yes or no. But yes or no on what? There's no negotiation under SB2. I mean, we can claim, oh yes, there's a deliberative session and we can amend and compromise and so forth. But without a final vote at the deliberative session, we don't know what the voters are going to approve. So great, SB2 is an awesome way to set it up so that the voters will say no. So if what you want is to say no to everything on the ballot, SB2 is your game. If what you're trying to do is support the school or whatever organization, then SB2 is not your game. You want to come here because if we don't like the number, as Fred said, we can change it. And we can change it as many times as we need to until we can get something that we can all live with. That's how we support this organization, is through deliberation and through negotiation at a meeting like this. If you all remember back a couple of warrant articles where we were voting on the SAU budget, that's an SB2 sort of process. You get a number, and you can vote yes or no. And if you vote no, you get stuck with the other number. Remember, the other number can be higher. So if your goal was to lower the budget, SB2 is not your game. Finally, in Brookline, we have SB2, and we have a warrant article, which is going to come up on this warrant too, about accepting special education funds. 10% of the voters in Brookline always vote against receiving special education funds from the federal government. Just think about that. These are informed voters who went off to learn about the process before coming to the meeting. Oh wait, there wasn't a meeting. They just went to the vote and they voted against their own interests.
Your time has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Mr. Garuba.
So I want to speak against SB2. Specifically, I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said, but the key piece of our meeting, our traditional meeting, is each and every voter
gets to hear both sides of the issue from their neighbors. There's no way to achieve that with SB2. SB2, you get influenced by whatever political campaigns or whatever other information is presented, and you may never see a balanced debate at all before you go and make a vote. So there's no way that you could ever come out with a better outcome than to have people dedicate their time and make sure that we have the process so that we can make our schools, someone mentioned it, our schools the best that they can be. So one other thing I want to point out is that whatever the results are for the vote here today, as you all know, SB2 is a recurring issue in our towns. So it's possible that next year, in order to prevent SB2 from becoming adopted, you may have to do it at a ballot vote because it may be changed, the rules of the game may be changed in Concord, as they have, I think, twice already in the last 3 years. So for all you people who care about our traditional town meetings, you have to pay attention because it may actually be on a ballot vote next year. Thank you.
Ms. McGee.
Yes, thank you, Kat McGee, Hayden Road, Hollis. A lot has already been said. I just want to say I was in the Floterial District last time around as a state rep, and I had 2 out of my 4 towns as SB2 towns, so I have been to SB2 deliberative sessions, and they do not have the benefit of us being able to be outside like this, and generally they're run in the February timeframe, sometimes March, so it's usually a winter meeting, and because the deliberative sessions are often run early in the year, the reality is that many people are caught unaware and they don't show up and they're not as well attended. So in many cases, perhaps maybe towns where they're well established, you may have a higher turnout. But what ends up happening is a smaller and smaller group of people are able to change what is on the ballot at those meetings. And whatever comes out of those meetings, if someone makes a proposal to cut, at one deliberative session, someone asked to cut $800,000 from the school budget. If that motion had passed at the deliberative session, that is what would be on your ballot. And so there would be no discussion beyond that point where this small group of people shows up. So although you can make the argument sound good either way, the reality of what people have had to live with in towns that have adopted SB2 is widely varied, and it is not as representative as what we tend to have with this process. And as arduous as it is, none of us want to give up all this time, but it is the best way to hear all the sides of the argument. So I am very much opposed to moving to SB2 for our town.
Ms. St. John.
I'd like to make a motion. Is that possible?
Well, it depends on what the motion is.
Yeah. I would like to make a motion to postpone this article indefinitely.
Okay. The motion is to postpone this article SB2 indefinitely. What that means is that we set this aside and it is not intended to return for the remainder of this session. In other words, we want to stop talking about it. We don't want to stop voting on it. We just put it aside and move on to other business. That is a legal motion and that is in order. Moved by Michelle St. John, seconded by, did you want to second it, Joe?
No, actually, I had a point of order.
All right, well, we'll hold that. Who's the second way over here? Oh, second by Mr. Belanger. Okay. This motion is debatable, and it requires only a simple majority to pass. What was your point of order, Mr. Garuba? And make sure it's a point of order.
So specifically, we adopted rules about the motion to move the question, and we said that the town voted to make sure that everybody in line got a chance to speak. So I don't know that a non-debatable motion, or I'm sorry, I don't know that the motion to postpone indefinitely would be appropriate unless those folks got their chance to speak. That's my question.
No, the way the motion to postpone indefinitely works, in fact, it takes effect immediately when passed. Is there other discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely? Yes. Mr. Davidson.
Does anybody see the irony here? Okay? We're talking about a pure democracy. We're talking about everybody getting a voice. And I got to tell you, whether you agree or disagree, if this were something that was on the table, that proposal was just made about something that I disagree with, I'd have to vote against it because it's just fundamentally wrong. I mean, everybody deserves a voice. Let's have a vote. Let's not suspend the discussion. Let's not suspend the debate. I'm shocked that a former state rep is suggesting that we shut this down. And it just proves exactly the point of why we need to have SB2, in my opinion. You can't shut down people's voices, and that's what this is an attempt to do. So whether you agree or disagree with SB2, I ask you, as someone said as I was standing in line, let's hear the voices, please.
Mr. Power.
Yes, I would say to vote against this, we should just let the people in line see that, make their points, and then let's take this to a vote. I'm going to be as efficient as possible. That's why I didn't take the time. Everyone wants to go home, but we also want to vote. Thank you.
Who wishes to speak to the motion?
Can I speak to my own motion?
After others who have had a chance. Mr. Hubert.
We already had a motion to table this, and that was shot down. So this is really a waste of time. Shoot this down too.
Ms. St. John.
I made the motion because this comes up year after year, and the numbers against SB2 keep growing incrementally year after year. I think the voters in this legislative body year after year have sent that message, and so that's why I put that motion forth. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
I'm speaking against this motion specifically because it's counter to the concept that we all voted on to make sure everybody got a chance to speak. So I'm asking everybody to vote this motion down just for the folks that you see standing there. Thank you.
All right, we are proceeding to vote on a motion to postpone indefinitely Article 13. If you are in favor of postponing indefinitely, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to postponing indefinitely, raise your cards. And the noes have it. Ms. Roy.
Thank you, sir. Carol Roy, South Merrimack Road, Hollis. There are many other things I'd rather be doing than sitting in a lacrosse field on this beautiful day. No offense, my lovely neighbors. But we talk about the deliberative session and a voting session. We are seeing some extreme viewpoints, and that's fine. That happens in a community around different subjects. It's only at this kind of session where there are enough people to actually have the conversation. A lot of the community discussion has been around games and just the hassle and people being strategic about how this works rather than just getting to the point of debate and discussion. That's not going to go away with SB2. That happens at a deliberative session on a random weeknight. It's not going to happen here with your neighbors. It's not going to be a full discussion. My fear with SB2 is that it's going to allow anyone with an extreme proposal in any direction to actually speak for everyone and put that on the ballot rather than allowing it to be discussed, be debated, and be voted on all at the same time. So while I would love the convenience of just popping by the ballot box, I really think we need to vote no on SB2. Thank you.
Mr. Hyde.
Chris Hyde, Arbor Lane, Hollis. I'm against this article. I have lived in another town before I moved here to Hollis 27 years ago or so, in Derry, we had adopted SB2. And in my experience of several years of SB2 and deliberative session, what I observed was a ton of manipulation of the process at the deliberative session, which can create all sorts of, and did create all sorts of problems and difficulties and almost duplicative articles, which if passed in bulk would give you many amounts of the budget that you think you wanted to have in the first place. Or conversely, take away things that you don't know is coming. These deliberative sessions are very poorly, typically attended. It was said that Brookline has 70 some odd people. Whoop-de-doo, 70 some odd people at a deliberative session of a town of 5,000, 4,000. It's not that much of a big deal to create and manipulate these small meetings that will then have repercussions back at the ballot box. I wish there was a better way to do this, because I agree, we do somewhat disenfranchise a variety of people by having these other areas. I think sometimes it is a deliberative intent of some of the sponsors of this thing year in and year out and year in and year out to make this
Let's
process
be careful
so
about
difficult.
speculating about motives there.
Fair. So I encourage you, because of the difficulties of the process, particularly the manipulations that do occur and continue to occur across the state, that we vote against this and continue to meet here to decide and discuss and debate and come to conclusion. Thank you.
Mr. Davidson.
Doug Davidson, Rideout Road. I don't know how many times the civil rights legislation came up before Congress, but I'm sure it was probably close to being in the hundreds, and it finally got passed in the 60s. But there's, I think, and one of the ladies who spoke earlier spoke very eloquently about the Department of Revenue website, and virtually everything I'm going to reference here is there, okay? Because there's many myths which we've heard here at the podium in the last few minutes. You know, first of all, opinion. I don't understand the logic of a person who talks about how much they love pure democracy, but then disenfranchises caregivers, seniors, second shift workers, traveling business people, the military, people with health issues, and those who can't get an absentee ballot. So how you can draw the line and say that this is the purest form of democracy, Mr. Moderator, I can't grasp that. Okay. Now back to the Department of Revenue website. There's over 70 towns, and you can corroborate all this, of course. There's over 70 towns in New Hampshire that currently use SB2. In fact, the majority of the population in New Hampshire uses SB2 for their town and school district meetings, okay? Because SB2 doesn't relate to cities like Nashua and Manchester, okay? So 70 plus towns, and the majority of the population uses SB2. The last time I checked, I'm not hearing about all this dysfunction that people are threatening might happen. And note, as was said earlier, Bedford and now Bow, I'll state, are both towns that use SB2. Further, now if you're afraid, if you're of one inclination or another, these are facts. All the things I'm saying about 70 towns and only 2 towns have gone back. The other thing is that the state history shows that, in fact, that the revenues passed in SB2 towns versus a town meeting scenario are equal or greater than the budgets that come up in the traditional town meeting scenarios, okay? So that's a myth, okay? So those who want to increase the budget and increase it resolutely year to year, if that's what you want to do, then SB2 is your guy, okay? Because historically, and the Department of Revenue has proven this, that is the case.
Mr.
But I
Davidson.
rise to speak in favor of supporting this article, SB2. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I am Dennis Beaches, Pepperell Road, Brookline. I am in favor of SB2. And let me ask a question first from the moderator. This session is being recorded, is it not?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
Okay, good. Because a lot of my comments are not for the audience. The audience has already made up their mind how they're going to vote on this issue. My comments are for the people looking through the cameras down there, and I hope you can hear me, although I'm at this weird
Please,
angle.
please face me.
Okay.
You need, no, yes, turn around so you're facing, thank you. You need to address me.
Well, I will do, well, the audience is out there. Those are the people that we are disenfranchising if we do not approve SB2. You heard me out there. I wish you could be at this meeting. However, I know
Please
there are
face me
problems.
and address the
There are
moderator.
problems that you have. Okay, I will solve this problem. There are problems that you have, like children that you have to take care of. Maybe you're old and sick. You can't make this meeting. You deserve to have a voice. The proposition, what we're voting on here is whether to deprive you of that voice or not. And I'm being twisted around by the rules imposed on me here. So the purest form of democracy would be to let everyone vote. Yes, you do need to have the information.
Please face
You
me.
should be a smart voter. You should listen in to these proceedings, understand, ask questions, raise them up with your representatives, and challenge them on that. But do not let yourself be disenfranchised. So this vote may well turn negative. SB2 may not pass here again. I hope it does come up again if that happens. But
Mr.
it's
Beaches,
your
your time has
responsibility
expired.
out there.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. It's your responsibility to come back and bring it up. Thank you.
I hope you didn't get dizzy. Ms. Shanley.
7 Buttonwood Drive in Hollis. Nobody wants to be here all day long, that's true. I'd much prefer a 2-hour meeting, that would be great. I do definitely feel more connected to this process by actually being here and listening than I do when I just go to the ballot box for our town election in March. And I think that really fosters a sense of responsibility, at least it does on my part, to understand what's going on and to vote the way the facts that are presented to me at the meetings make sense to me. One thing that Mr. Belanger usually is able to say is when he was serving in the legislature, he was on one of the committees that deal with the governance of municipalities, and he is well aware of the double-digit numbers of towns that want to get out of SB2 now that they have enacted it. It's much more difficult to get out of it. It sounds great. I'd love everyone to be able to vote, but if you find it doesn't work, it's not an easy fix. My last point is we've been here probably an extra 2 hours due to secret ballots that maybe didn't need to be done, and if we could stick to the business at hand, vote articles that are very straightforward, we'd be out of here so much sooner. Thank you.
All debate has finished on Article 13, which is SB2. This is a ballot vote, and you're down to your last ballot of the 4. It is, I will call this beige. When you are done with casting your ballot, we have more ballots made up in yet more colors. So you can go back to the ballot clerks and get another set, but first do your voting. The polls will remain open for an hour. It is now 2:37, and I will try to close the polls at 3:37. The polls are now open. The polls are going to remain open, but seeing that just about everybody has voted, we're going to pick up discussion. We are now back to Article 8. Mike? All right, you're good.
Yeah, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I'd like to make a motion to take up Article 12 out of order, because it's a 1-hour ballot vote.
It is a 1-hour ballot vote. I guess we have enough ballot boxes, but we need to make sure that all the ballot boxes are manned and that the voters understand that they need to put the right color ballot in the right box. All right, so you want to take up which one?
Article 12, the 4% tax cap.
Before
the current article.
Before 8, all right. The tax cap also requires an hour-long vote. So moved by Mr. Power. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Hubert. Is there discussion of taking up Article 12 before after 8? Mr. Power.
Yes, I'll be expedient like I was with the SB2. I'll be very brief, and I'd like to be able to get the voting on while we have everybody in the voting mode. And I think we can decide what the voters want. So I'd appreciate support in moving this article up for debate and voting.
Mr. Sachs.
Mr. Moderator, David Sachs, 43 Jamrod Road. Can you please confirm for me that this operationally we can handle?
Yes, it is perfectly legal.
No.
A, it's legal, and B, we have enough ballot boxes. We have 3 from Brookline and 6 from Hollis, and we have enough assistance to cover it.
That's
yes.
what we need. Okay.
Mr. Garuba.
I support this motion, specifically in the sense that it's just being done here to maximize time efficiency. So I hope you can all vote yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion in front of you is to take up Article 12, which is the tax cap, before Article 8. If you are in favor of taking up the tax cap before Article 8, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 12, by petition. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5-B and implement a tax cap whereby the governing body or budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior fiscal year's actual amount of local taxes raised by more than 4%. School board does not recommend 070. The budget committee does not recommend 070. We will be voting this by secret ballot, and it requires a 3/5 supermajority to pass, and the polls will remain open for at least an hour. Moved by Mr. Power, seconded by Diane Power. Mr. Power.
Yes, thank you very much. This article is to implement a 4% tax cap. And what a tax cap is in New Hampshire is that it limits the tax effort that can be proposed at a meeting. It doesn't limit what the meeting can do once it starts, but it means as a starting point, the tax effort cannot exceed 4%. We've had, in the past 17 years, we've had the co-op spending up 79%. At the same time, the population of the co-op is down 6%, which means our student spending is up 82%. While we do have inflation, inflation's only 37%. So our co-op spending has more than doubled the rate of inflation. So what the tax cap does is it protects the voters and the residents and families from very large tax increases year to year. 4% is a very reasonable number. But if the legislative body decides that more is needed, they can actually vote more at the meeting, whether it's a deliberative session under SB2 or a traditional meeting. It just limits what the budget committee can plan to as a starting point. The school board can come up with their own number and promote it to the voters. Again, we've had inflation at about 37% since 2005. And if you look at what we're spending per student, it's a little bit sobering. In FY19, we spent about $18,164 per student. And this current year, we're up to $20,581. And with all the spending that's been proposed here today, we're going to be about $21,500. So the tax cap would help in planning and providing a guardrail for the voters and the tax-paying families of Hollis and Brookline. Tax caps are used in towns and cities across New Hampshire, including Brookline School District has a tax cap. And it has proven to be a very good tool to keep spending under control. It's higher than the Proposition 2.5 that's in Massachusetts. It recognizes that we may need more, but it's not limiting to the legislative body. The legislative body can still go above the tax cap if it wants by a majority vote. It just provides a basic mechanism to keep the taxes from increasing at a high rate. And it's very important to be able to have, we talk about teachers planning for their few years that we passed, but taxpayers don't have the unlimited ability to pay. We have income, we have needs, and we just can't be an endless pot of money. We need to have some limit on what we're doing. This tax cap is a very important tool to help plan the expenditures, plan the future of the co-op, and it should be something that we should pass in order to keep the taxes to a reasonable level. Everybody says we have great property values in Hollis and Brookline because of great schools, and I agree. But at some point when your taxes get so high, there's an inflection point where somebody's going to say, I don't want to live in Brookline and pay $18,000 for a 4-bedroom house. I don't want to live in Hollis and pay $20,000 for a 4-bedroom house. But we're heading that way with the budget. This tax cap is an important way to keep that budget down and to help us plan for more fiscal responsible spending. Thank you very much.
Ms. Mann. Just to be clear, you are representing the Budget Committee here.
I am representing the Budget Committee, yes. I'm representing the Budget Committee. A tax cap is simply not necessary. The budget process allows the Budget Committee to evaluate the needs of the co-op and to recommend budgets that are appropriate. We've worked diligently to build a consistent budget evaluation process that's data-driven with flexibility to address mandated changes. After examining literally dozens of factors that impact the budget itself and establishing guidance, the resulting budget is a balance between the educational and operational needs of the district within the financial constraints of both communities. The tax effort is a byproduct of the current process and is determined after the budget has been finalized. The revenue and aid impacts which ultimately determine the tax impact are, in large part, not driven at the local level. The process in place has allowed the Budget Committee to recommend budgets that, after reviewing data from as far back as FY10, result in a compound annual growth rate of both tax effort and budgets already below 4% when calculated in nominal dollar terms and inflation-adjusted terms. There is simply more to your tax bill than the co-op tax rate. A tax cap at the co-op will not cap the remaining 70% of Hollis's tax effort or the remaining 60% of Brookline's tax effort. It will not necessarily allow budgets to rise by inflation and will not cap changes in state aid, town valuations that shift annually and as the result of revaluations that take place every 5 years, or tax rates themselves. Ultimately, instituting a tax cap pushes the entire budget process backwards with a focus on revenue and aid instead of operating expenses, and quite frankly, raises the risk for arbitrary reductions that will impact the educational standards of the district and result in a recommended budget that is driven by revenue and aid and not one that is driven by the strategic goals of the school board and the administration or the evaluation of the budget committee.
Mr. Kellner.
Drew Kellner, 7 Yankee Way. I rise in opposition to this warrant article. We actually have this, as Mr. Power mentioned, at the school district in Brookline. The problem is the RSA is basing it on the local tax effort, not in any way trying to control the budget. So what happened already in Brookline, and I think this is only our second year having it, is that you already heard earlier, there was a single grant from the state that revenue went to the school. What that meant for the taxpayers in Brookline, that yes, there was a reduction for that year in the amount of local effort. Okay, that was a 1-year thing. The following year, the state did not choose to do that. So by no fault of the SAU or the budget process, we were already non-compliant with the tax cap. And it was an 8% tax cap, and that probably shocks everyone. But it's because of these revenue variations that this is a horrible method on trying to control spending. You know, it's this legislative body that should attend the meetings and have faith in the committee, but this is an absolute mess in terms of a process. Additionally, this has come up 4 or 5 times in the last several sessions, so it's time to move on, but definitely this is a bad way of handling things.
Ms. Fareed.
Tammy Fareed Hollis. Could I ask Ms. Mann, would a 4% cap this year have resulted in a greater or lesser budget if we were up at 4% instead of where we are?
The budget would
Try it now.
With a 4% tax cap, the budget would have had to be reduced by over $400,000.
I understand in Brookline the tax cap is 8%, so that's not even remotely close to 4%. There's also a different aspect of this. However this falls, let's say we pass this article. This will force the school district to bring out other articles to try to fund elements of operations that don't fall exactly under the operating budget outside of the nominal budget, because we can't go forward when costs are out of our control. We see the retirement system, we see the healthcare costs, we see costs that simply go beyond anything we can control locally, and with a cap, the things have to, something has to give. And so there are workarounds in all the towns that have these kind of caps, and they simply muck up the process. What really needs to happen is people need to maybe pay more attention to the monthly meetings and the budget building process and see what goes into these line items through the budget building process and try to put their effort there instead of arbitrarily crushing and smothering the natural development of our needs. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive, Brookline. The statement was made by an earlier speaker that it was possible to increase budgets at this meeting. I'm presuming SB2 is not in effect. We know how difficult that is. We know that if a budget is proposed, there is a strong pressure not to increase over what is presumed to be a good faith effort by the people we appoint to these positions to produce a budget. It is far easier if we see a larger budget than we are comfortable with to cut that, as has happened and continues to happen on occasion. So I would say that that aspect of this is rather a mirage. The ability to increase budgets beyond what has been recommended. That is a rarity. And I think that this body, being the legislative body, does have the final say over what our budgets need to be. And we will use and exercise that ability without being constrained by this proposal. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Brendan Dennehy, 31 Mason Road in Brookline. I'm here to speak against the motion.
You have a voting card?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Great.
So a lot of the points that I was going to make have been made well by the people in front of me. The one thing I would say is that this motion is a lack of trust in the process, and I trust the budget committee, I trust the school board, I trust the administration, and most importantly, I trust the voters to do the right thing.
Yes, sir.
Brian Loveland, Toddy Brook Road. Can I propose an amendment?
Depending on the amendment, yes.
I move to change the amount by 8% over the last 10 years.
The amendment is to change the tax cap to 8% over the last 10 years. Is that allowed?
Average annual.
Average annual. Or does it need to be a specific figure in the article? The problem here is the text is specified in the law, so I'm looking at our lawyer to help me. He has to look it up.
Okay.
So just don't go away, and you may ponder it. Mr. Scales.
Webb Scales, 49 DePaul Gould Road, Brookline. We tried this experiment in the Brookline School District, and it was a good faith effort to try to control the growth of the budget. And everybody thought that we were capping the budget growth. And in fact, we found out last year, or this current budget cycle, much to our shock, that what we were capping was in fact the tax effort. And the tax effort bounces all over the place according to what we get in grants and other revenues. And so this proposal does not control the budget. It imposes an artificial constraint on how we fund it. And we got caught up short in Brookline, and it was a surprise, a rude one. And the other thing about this proposal is it actually causes our governing bodies to bring forth two budgets. They have to bring forth the one that meets the budget cap they're required by law. But that's not the real budget because that doesn't necessarily suit our needs. And so they bring forward another budget, which is the one that we actually need. And they have somebody here in the legislative body move that number instead of the number that they brought forward. And so we force them to do two budgets, one of which we just throw away because it's just pro forma, and we go with the other one, which is the one that addresses our needs. So this doesn't support us, it causes surprises, and it doesn't get us what we need. I urge you to vote against.
Thank you. To answer your question, no, that is not a legal expression. It needs to be a formula related to the immediate previous year's tax amount. So you could specify a different percentage or some other clearly defined formula relative to last year's budget. Okay. Ms. Shandley.
Mary Ann Shanley, Buttonwood Drive, Hollis. I feel like this article is, if it was to pass, it would be basically a vote of no confidence in our budget committee and our school board and our administrators and business office, that they are wantonly spending money, whatever comes through is rubber stamped. That is absolutely not the case. We don't need this amendment or this article.
Yes, sir.
Patrick Kreitz, 75 Broad Street. At the end of the day, I know I'm a youngin'. I haven't been paying taxes as long as many of you, but what we're raised as kids is our job is to trust our parents. And our parents' job in this instance is to trust in the officials that we've appointed to make this budget, to come up with a number that is going to make it so that the next generation of students will have what they need to be better than we were. If we impose, any restriction on top of them that can say, we're just going to shut down your ability to make restrictions, the parents will have lost faith in the budget committee, which means that the students will lose faith in their parents to make the right call for them. You need to taking back those restrictions and allowing the school board to put forth what they, in their expert opinions, have deemed necessary is their job. It's our job as citizens coming out, and those who have been through the school system, you come out of it and you say, great, it's my job now to give back. If I don't want to give back, if I'm not happy with the amount I'm giving back, maybe this isn't the place you need to be. You should say no to the tax thing, to the warrant article, because your job as a citizen is to support education and to give back to the next generation of students.
Mr. Solon.
Tom
Yeah, I know
Solon,
I recognize you.
Shady Rock Road. I want people to think about the impact this will have on our budget committee, effectively neutering them, taking away their ability to recommend a budget. If the highest budget that they can recommend involves this cap, then they might as well just pick that number and throw it forward, because there's no work to do there. What we rely on is a very effective budget committee that negotiates and analyzes and then communicates the necessary funds to operate our schools as we would like them to run. And we as the legislative body have the option of overriding that, but when we tell the budget committee, do your work, and oh, by the way, whatever number you come up with, ignore it, and you're bound by the cap, that's a disservice to them, and you might as well just disband the budget committee if that's the approach that you want to take. Thank you.
Mr. Butow.
Buttonwood Drive, I never said that. Call the question, please.
This is a motion to end debate. Moved by Mr. Butow, seconded by Mr. Harris. This is not debatable. Requires a 2/3 vote to pass. If this motion passes, then the gentleman at the end, have you already spoken to this article? You brought up an amendment, so not really. All right. And then Eric will speak after you, and that will be the last speaker. If you are in favor of ending discussion on this article, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Yes, sir.
Tom Guillen, Broad Street, Hollis. Many folks have already made the point, so I'll be brief. The effect of this tax cap is tax effort. Many people misunderstand this as a 4% limit on how your tax rate is going to move. It's the tax effort. Last year, Brookline received, I think it was $1.2 million in disparity aid from the state that they're not getting this year. If a tax cap was in place, that entire amount of money would have to come out somewhere, and most likely come out of educational programming. There are a lot of externalities like the retirement system, like health insurance, that really are not discretionary in the district level. And it becomes the tails wagging the dog. The other point is it's a procedural, just an administrative hurdle, another one that we've got to hurdle. It's not binding, as the original petitioner made the point. It just restricts what the budget committee can recommend. The meeting can immediately propose the real budget, as it sounds like is happening in Brookline School District, and take action on that. It's just another example of a procedural method to throw sand in the gears. We stand here and everybody complains about the length of the meeting, and at the same time, the people complaining the loudest are taking actions to bog down the meeting. It's like, shooting your parents and then complaining you're an orphan. So
now, Tom, let's keep personalities out of this, please.
Okay. If it's not clear yet, I oppose this article. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
Thank you. I appreciate having had the opportunity to hear the prior speakers explain specifically that this is not actually a cap on the budget, but actually a cap on tax raised. And having had the opportunity to learn that from folks in Brookline who have had the experience of living under this tax cap, I would like to raise the problems that would occur with that would be you would then potentially as a school board be forced to try and make up or try and recover the amount of budget that you're restricted from raising in taxes by seeking out grants and external money. And all grants and external money come with strings. So potentially the unintended consequences of something like this would be a weakening of local control of our schools. So for that reason, I do not support this. Thank you.
The other Mr. Garuba.
Hey, good afternoon. John Garuba, 30 Meadow Drive. I want to state my opposition to the tax cap. I think it is a misguided attempt to fix a problem that we don't have. So, as I spoke earlier, I feel like this is deja vu. I'm seeing the same legislative processes go through that I've seen in the past, and with the same potential negative outcomes. So, implementation of SB2 tends to result in a runaway of taxes and budgets, and then this is the reactionary measure that's put in place to try and attempt as a patch instead of fixing the root of the problem, which we don't have. So I recommend not supporting the tax cap.
Yes, sir.
Brian Lovely on Toddy Brook Road. I would vote no on this because there's no way to not adequately take into account the variables of year-to-year influx from state and national aid.
Mr. Power, you're the last speaker.
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. Speakers have talked about the budget and the tax effort, and they are related. Your tax effort comes from the budget that you decide to raise, how much you try to raise, and it does come from aid and other things from the state level. And we can control state level through our legislators, our state senators, state reps, and we need to work on that. But we also pride ourselves in New Hampshire about having local control. We can't always blame Concord when there's not a money tree in Concord that isn't giving us money. It's really our money. So we have to look at a way to keep the expenses down. We can control things that we can control. That's why this is an important provision that we should adopt. In Brookline, we have an 8% tax cap, as was mentioned, and the school district got what they wanted. They came in with the tax cap number, and the deliberative session decided to increase the number to what the school board want. It went to the SB2 ballot vote, and it passed at the higher number. So it's really a little bit more of a understanding that you want to negotiate down from a number, which we tried to do today and were not successful even with a modest number, or would you like to start with a reasonable number that's acceptable to taxpayers and negotiate up from that, knowing that the needs are really there? This would also give the school board a way to negotiate future contracts. When they know there's a tax cap in place, they would be able to use that as a negotiating tool to ensure that the taxes don't go up at an unreasonable rate. We're going to in Hollis and Brookline, we're going to see about 13% tax rate increase in the co-op. I think that's a little high. I know it's due to some state aid, but we're people that we have money. We don't have unlimited funds and unlimited ability to pay. So I encourage everyone to vote yes on the tax cap. Thank you.
All right. I can't hear you. You're going to have to come up over here.
I think point of order. I just want to point out that this article does not affect the CBAs, the contracts.
No, I believe it only applies to the operating budget.
Negotiating with teachers. So I wanted to I just want to clarify, this article does not affect negotiations with our staff.
The question is, does it affect
As I understand it
CBAs?
Is that a point of order?
Not really.
After conferring with the DRA, the Budget Committee would be limited to a tax cap on the entire budget.
I see. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay. This time around, we're going to use the pink ballot. And there are the ballot boxes have been, there's a copy of the proper ballot that's taped on top of the ballot. Make sure you put the proper ballot in the proper box, because if you don't, we're just going to discard it. The polls have to be open for at least an hour. It is now 3:20, so I will close the polls at more or less 4:20. The polls are now open. The polls remain open on both Articles 12 and 13. We have roughly 10 minutes left on 13, but we can now proceed to our business. Article 8, Contingency Fund. To see if the school district will vote to establish a contingency fund for the current year for unanticipated expenses that may arise, and further to raise and appropriate up to $100,000 to go into the fund. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance available on July 1, 2021, and no amount to be raised from taxation. Any appropriation left at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund. The school board recommends this 5-2-0. The budget committee does not recommend this 3-4-0. If this article fails, the estimated amount available to potentially lower taxes for Hollis is 4 cents a thousand, and Brookline is 7 cents a thousand. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
Thank you, Drew. The purpose of the contingency fund is to cover unanticipated major expenses that might arise during the school year. For example, the funds might be needed to help defray the cost of an additional classroom teacher if there's a dramatic increase in summer enrollments, or to help defray the cost of an unexpected maintenance need such as an elevator. Unused funds are intended to fund next year's contingency. If you're following along in the slides, you'll see that there's a slide that kind of lays out what the funds unreserved fund balance and what the how we would distribute that to the facilities maintenance fund, to the special ed trust fund, and in total we get to about 2.3% is in a fund balance when you combine all of these funds that we've asked for, and that's significantly less than the other districts, and we have a significantly higher budget. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Debate on Article 8. Mr. Power.
Yeah, Eric Power, Westview Road, Brookline. I just wanted people to be aware of all the different funds that we have going on. We have the Athletic Trust, which is the pay for play. We have the Maintenance Trust. We have a provision that we've passed a few years ago, which is called the Retained Fund Balance, which allows the school board to retain up to 1% of appropriated funds if there's unreserved funds at the end of the year. And the current number I saw for that is about $181,000. This would take another $100,000 that would go to defray taxes. So we're talking about that 13% increase. This is a contingency funds for things we haven't thought of already. And I would recommend that we vote no on it. And also, talking about trusting the budget committee did not recommend this article. So I think there's plenty of funds there that's available, and we do not need this other $100,000 to be put aside and kept away from the taxpayers. We need the relief. We've already spent quite a bit of money here today. We need to make sure that we at least try to keep the increase down. Thank you very much.
Ms. Fareed.
I'm sorry I'm out of touch with the Budget Committee's views on this. Are we allowed to ask specific information from those
Yes.
who dissent?
You can ask.
So I'd like an explanation from the dissenting views of the Budget Committee why this would be the first year that I remember that a contingency fund was not recommended, if I remember correctly.
Is there someone on the Budget Committee that wants to speak to why it was not recommended?
While I personally wasn't in the majority on this vote, the reason for the Budget Committee to not support it was merely because of the tax impact and how the budget itself was laying out. And this was an opportunity to offer that 4 and 7 cent per thousand cut to each of the tax rates.
Before you go, follow-up question. Has the contingency fund, in your experience on the Budget Committee over the years, ever been utilized?
I believe early on when 5 or 6 years ago, when we first started implementing the retained fund balance, we didn't fund that at a maximum. And it might have even been either the first year Superintendent Corey was here or prior. And at that time, with the retained fund balance, we had two things take place before the school year started. And at that time, you needed to apply to the DOE and get permission to use the funds. And we didn't utilize those funds, so we were considering using the contingency to cover those things. But as the year wended on, we didn't end up having to use the contingency because other efficiencies were realized in the budget.
So the superintendent began working 7 years ago. So
So-
so about 7 years, you've never used the contingency
No.
fund.
But especially, I would say, especially in a year like this that we've been in, again, this is my personal opinion, not that of the Budget Committee, because as I said, I was not in the majority of this. This district, as Superintendent Corey pointed out earlier, we don't receive as much federal funding for COVID-related expenses and things like that, and it's something that really is not something that could have ever been anticipated.
Okay.
So,
But so your view is that the majority who would dissent did so as a cost savings?
Yes.
Not for any other reason that you are aware of?
not that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Further debate on Article 8. Seeing none, if you are in favor of funding a contingency fund for $100,000, please raise your card. If you are opposed, please raise your card. I want to count that. I think that at this distance, I cannot tell. So I would like the counters to count it. Keep someone at the ballot boxes. They're not counting anything. They're getting ready to count. All right, if you are in favor of the contingency fund, please raise your cards. He's way down there. Doug, are you done on the yeses? Doug, are you done on the yeses? All right. You may please lower your cards. If you are opposed to the contingency fund, please raise your card. Are we done with the noes? Looks like we're done with the noes. You can put your cards down. Thank you. I realize that the logistics of hand counting a card vote takes a little while. We're doing the best we can under difficult circumstances. And I very much appreciate the work of the counters. Yeah, I'm going to close for. Yeah. The vote on Article 8, yes 159, no 172, and the article is defeated. At this time, we have had the balloting open for at least an hour for Article 13. So we are going to proceed to count Article 13. The polls on 13 are closed. Mr. Power.
I'd like to restrict reconsideration on the last article.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 8. Moved by Mr. Power, seconded by Mr. Harris. All in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 8, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Mr. Buteau.
Yes, I believe it was missed, but please restrict reconsideration of Article 7.
We haven't done that yet.
That's my motion.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of number 7. Moved by Mr. Buteau, seconded by Mr. Sachs. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 7, which was the Facilities Maintenance Expendable Trust, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 9. Shall the school district accept the provisions of RSA 198:20-B, providing that any school district at an annual meeting may adopt an article authorizing indefinitely, until specific rescission of such authority, the school board to apply for, accept, and expend without further action by the school district unanticipated money from a state, federal, or other governmental unit or a private source which becomes available during the fiscal year. The school board recommends this 7-0-0. The estimated net tax impact is 0. Moved by Holly Durlow Babcock, seconded by Elizabeth Brown. Ms. Durlow Babcock.
Hello again.
Need a mic over here? Try it.
Hello? Okay. The Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District is required to obtain authorization from the voters to accept and expend unanticipated revenue. This article allows the district to do so indefinitely. It has 0 impact on the budget, and it was under advice of our legal counsel to make this change to institute Article 9, and then you'll see what happens with Article 10. Thank you.
Discussion on Article 9. Mr. Garuba.
So we just had quite a lengthy debate with a line of folks all the way back there about SB2 and about how we want to be the ones in charge, meaning the legislative body wants to hold the purse strings here. So the authority that we have as a legislative body, people that take their time to come here and consider articles, if we vote to approve this particular article, we're essentially giving that authority away to the executive branch, as we heard earlier. So the question I'm really asking, and I'm just asking it as a question, why bother to take the time to come here and consider the articles if you're going to choose to vote to give your power away? It diminishes the purpose of the meeting itself. So the drawback to potentially not approving item number 9 is you might have to have a non-contentious vote on accepting state funds every once in a while. But at some point, there'll be something that comes along that you might want to weigh in on, and by voting for Article 9, you're voting to give away your power. So I recommend that I strongly oppose this article, and I hope folks vote it down. Thank you.
Ms. Roy.
Carol Roy, South Merrimack Road, Hollis. The Hollis School District voted for this. The folks in attendance were voting just a couple of weeks ago. And I know that the town of Hollis has the their version of this that was voted in, I believe we discussed it was somewhere around 2017. This RSA, again, is by legal counsel recommendation, and it does not in any way compel our organization to accept any and all monies, but it just allows the flexibility of the board to move faster on things that are going to have possible deadlines that do not fall in the range of this kind of a meeting. So again, doesn't compel us to accept any and all, just allows for a little bit more flexibility. And we can follow the example of Hollis School District and the town of Hollis. I apologize that I don't know about Brookline School District or town of Brookline where this is concerned, but we do have case studies already available with at least our town where this is working just fine. So I do speak in support of this warrant article. Thanks.
Mr. Scales.
Webb Scales, 49 DePaul Gould Road, Brookline. The interesting article, of course, is Article 10, and that's the one where if we have catastrophic special education expenses, we have to authorize the board to actually seek out federal money that's supposed to be there as a grant to support us in these unusual situations. It rarely happens. If it does happen, I certainly don't want anybody to stand in the way of the school board getting us the money that we need. So Article 9 is how we empower the board permanently with this ability, or until we rescind it. Frankly, I'm tired of Article 10 appearing on the warrant because it's a no-brainer. It takes up time that we could be spending doing something else. And in the case of SB2, I actually have the embarrassment of seeing people vote against it. And so please vote in favor of Article 9 to empower the board, the people that we trust to run our schools, to go ahead and get on with that. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs.
Move the question.
Motion to end debate. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Harris. If the debate is ended, the gentleman in the red shirt would be the last speaker. If you are in favor of ending debate on this article, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Mr. Garuba.
So I want to give a specific example. It kind of works out well this year because we have the case of the SRO, and we just heard SRO, Safety Resource Officer, and we just heard how this authority is used by the town and how somehow we might have missed out on a grant or something because of that. But I can tell you, I read the grant. It's about a 16-page list of requirements from the federal government, and there is no limitation on. They have the ability to extend it. As a matter of fact, I think the grant was authorized back in 2020 and has been continually extended. So the concept that we're somehow going to miss out on federal money because we want to take time and vote as a legislative body is probably an overstatement in most cases. That's my comments. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a voting card?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Catherine Rubin, 30 Worcester Road, Hollis. I just have a question about this. It seems to be awfully open-ended, authorizing indefinitely from a private source. I mean, who is going to be supplying these funds? Could it be, for example, from the Confucius Institutes of China? Are we going to have the CCP giving us funding and we're accepting it?
Someone want to take that one? Looks like you hit the lawyer.
I was intending to.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
So the statute that authorizes the district to accept these funds is RSA 19820B. The counterpart in the town RSAs is RSA 31:95B. And I think it's just helpful to know that Brookline adopted the same authority in 1980, and I believe Hollis in 1987. The authorization was provided in 1979. This just makes it clear the general rule is that municipalities can't accept or expend funds beyond what's been appropriated in any given year. So this is a small exception to that rule, saying if there's impact fees or state or federal grant funding, they can accept that funding without having to come back and wait to the next annual meeting. They can accept those fees and expend those grant funds. Yeah, this means if theoretically there was a grant from a private source, the board would be able to accept that money and expend that money. But again, you elect them, and I think they would have to decide how they would want to expend that money. I can say for Hollis Brookline, you have been donated private funds for fields, for lights, for other athletic and other, I believe your robotics program. There's been some private funding. The federal government donated a lot of CARES Act money to districts all across the country. This allows us to accept those funds without having to be concerned about whether we are following the law or we have the authority to receive those funds or not. This does not include adequacy or state adequacy funding, so that this is only unanticipated money, so state adequacy funding is not considered unanticipated money. I think that probably answers your question.
Well, is there a U.S. code? Is there, if this is an international group that wants to not just give money, but also establish a whole institute, a teaching of various.
Yeah,
If
I mean,
it's that open-ended, I have a real problem with it. And also private source and indefinitely, authorizing indefinitely.
well, the indefinite part is why we're doing this now, so that next year they don't have to come and bring forward Article 10, and then the year after bring forward Article 10, and the year after bring forward Article 10. This allows the district to have the authority, just like the towns have the authority, if there's a state grant for improving your sidewalks and they have money in their capital reserve fund, they can improve the sidewalks without having to wait until the next meeting to do so. So it is somewhat open-ended, but I think it's limited by reason and what the board's actually going to do. Is there a federal code that
Prohibits it.
I mean, the school board.
Is there a federal code that prohibits it? Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Prohibits what? I mean.
Prohibits accepting money from the Chinese Communist Party.
As I understand the way this works, it is up to the board to choose to accept it. It's not forced on them. So yes. If you elect the board and trust the board, they're probably not going to take money from the Communist Party or the KGB.
Yeah, I feel like there's some aspect of that it's a little more fantastical than I can really speak to as an attorney. But if the money is over $5,000, then the board has to hold a public hearing. Okay. And that's really the limitation on the expenditure. Thank you.
That's helpful because this is an educational institute that is being accepted again and again in many towns and cities in the states, and it's dangerous. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Richard Gribble, Oak Hill Road in Brookline. I have one problem with this article, and that's the word indefinitely. And I would propose I would make a motion to amend, to strike out the words indefinitely until specific rescission of such authority and replace them with for a period of 5 years.
Is that a legal amendment? I believe the lawyer is saying no. My understanding is that the language here is specified in the RSA, so it's either up or down.
It's either all or nothing.
It's all. That's
forever,
my understanding.
Or year by year, huh?
Yeah.
I still have a problem with indefinitely, but okay. Thank you.
All debate on Article 9 has ceased. If you are in favor of authorizing the school board to accept unanticipated funds indefinitely until rescission, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 10. This one is a contingent article in case Article 9 didn't pass. But since Article 9 did pass, I would like to ask for a motion to pass over Article 10. So moved by Ms. Mann, seconded by Mr. Harris. If you are in favor of passing over Article 10, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the motion to pass over passes. I have the vote here on Article 13, which is SB2. The vote yes, 173, no, 291, required a 60% margin to pass, and the article fails. Article 11 is a petition article. Shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5, Roman numeral 5-B, requiring that the annual budget and all special warrant articles having a tax impact, as determined by the school board, shall contain a notation stating the estimated tax impact of the article. The determination of the estimated tax impact shall be subject to approval by the governing body. The school board does not recommend 070. The budget committee does not recommend 070. Moved by Mr. Power, seconded by Diane Power. Mr. Power.
Yes, I know I have 5 minutes, but it's going to be relatively short. So the purpose of this article is to actually have the school board put the estimated tax impact in the future warrant articles when there's a tax impact. And we do hear the tax impact sometimes. We hear about it now, but if you have a printed version of the warrant, you don't see the tax impact. This is a common item that's done in many other towns, and it's really increases transparency. We already have the information, and it provides the estimated tax impact in the posted warrant. And the tax impact realistically would be estimated by the budget committee and then approved by the school board as the governing body. Including the tax impact in the warrant really supports full disclosure for more informed citizen voting at the district meeting. And you may hear that, well, we don't know what the estimate is. Well, you have an estimate, that's all it can be. And if it's wrong, then at the meeting, we can correct it. You can tell people, well, it's not 50 cents per thousand, it's 60 cents per thousand. And would also provide it for Hollis and for Brookline because we have two different tax rates. So it would actually have two numbers, one for Hollis taxpayers and one for Brookline taxpayers. It's very important to let voters know how much they're going to pay and have it right there in the warrant. It's more of a convenience, and it's a tool that is good to have for people to understand how much they're going to be spending. And if the co-op ever adopted SB2, it would be on the ballot, so it would be able to see it and understand exactly how much you're voting for. So I would recommend a yes vote on this to support transparency. Brookline School District this year passed it during our SB2 session, realizing that it was an important thing to have. And tax impact is just a way for voters to know how much they're going to spend when they're voting on an article. Thank you.
Mr. Butow.
Yes, a procedural motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 9 and 13.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Articles 9 and 13. Seconded by Mr. Harris. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Articles 9 and 13, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The ayes have it. Ms. Mann.
Darlene Mann, Nartoff Road, Hollis. I oppose this petition warrant article because I feel like, as we heard, we think that it would improve transparency to the voting populace. I think, in my opinion, it actually provides more, would result in more confusion. Right now, especially where the co-op tax rate is concerned, no one would be able to compare a tax rate included on the warrant to anything, to know whether it was higher or lower than a previous year, to know whether adding up all the articles equaled or was equivalent to a tax rate. Because right now, the co-op tax rate is a part of the local tax rate, and it's added to the tax impact and tax rate of the elementary school. So you have to add the two together to understand the impact to your local tax rate. So while you would think it's transparent to say something is 4 cents per thousand or 7 cents per thousand without a contextual basis for understanding what that even means. You don't know if it's higher or lower. You don't know how it gets added together, and you don't know just where you're moving with the budget. You don't know if it's higher or lower, and you come to a public hearing, you come to a meeting like this to understand the impacts, to put them in context, and to understand what the result is going to be to your tax bill.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on Article 11, if you are in favor of requiring an estimated tax impact on the warrant, please raise your cards. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The noes have it. We are up to Article 14.
Consideration on Article 11.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on Article 11, moved by Ms. Mann, seconded by Mr. Harris. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 11, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 14, by petition, to see if the Hollis Brookline Cooperative District will vote to amend the Articles of Agreement of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District by deleting Article 3 as currently written and substituting a new Article 3 as follows. The Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District shall be responsible for grades 9 through 12. The school board does not recommend this Article 070. The Budget Committee does not recommend this Article 070. Moved by Eric Power, second by Diane Power. Mr. Power.
Yes, thank you very much. So this article here is looking at realigning the co-op to explore that possibility. The process for looking at this, the process for this grade realignment or grade reduction for the co-op is outlined in Article 15 of the co-op Articles of Agreement, not to be confused with the Warren article here today. So currently our co-op covers grades 7 through 12, with the Hollis Brookline Middle School covering grades 7 and 8, and the high school covering grades 9 to 12. We have a Hollis School District that's K through 6, and we have a Brookline School District that's K through 6. The realignment that would be explored if we were to pass this article would look at making the Hollis School District K through 8 and the Brookline District K through 8, with the co-op remaining with the high schoolers of grades 9 through 12. So why realignment? Well, we have the current middle school facility that's aged and has been added upon numerous times. We have student population growth, NESDEC projections in our elementary school districts in both towns, especially Hollis, that are showing some large growth that's going to hit the middle school sooner or later. Actually, I'll talk more about that. And then right now we have historically low bond rates, and we have potentially revived building aid from our state legislature. So just for the middle school building, It was actually built in 1953, which is 68 years ago. Had an addition in 1961 and 1982, had a renovation in 93, a maintenance upgrade in 2003, and then finally in 2005, a major renovation and addition. It's been added on to numerous times, and you can look in the capital improvement plan and see how much money we have to put into it to keep it going. Never mind expand it when the 7th and 8th grade population grows. Further expansion is really not, it's going to be expensive and not practical. So if you look at the NASDAQ projections, starting in the year 2023, actually Brookline will have more 7th and 8th graders. And then later after that, Hollis is going to be growing. So if you look at Hollis's rapid growth, they're going to grow 41% in students in K through 6 by the year 2028, according to NASDAQ, the projections from October of 2020, the most recent projections. So Hollis is going to run out of room in the Hollis Primary School and Hughes, and they're going to need to do something. And this is a proactive approach, looking at what we want to do with 7th and 8th graders. I don't think we want to expand the middle school yet again. And so you could look at Hollis Primary School, Hughes, and Hollis Primary School having K through 2, Hughes grades 3 and 4, and the middle school could be used for 5 through 8, similar to what they do in Sauhegan for a middle school. Brookline could have K through 3 at RMMS, 4 through 6 at CSDA, and there could be a Brookline Middle School, probably located near the current CSDA, and still maintain the high school. So bond rates are at historic lows, very favorable for renovation and new construction. It looks like it's going to stay that way for a little while. So that's why it's a good time to explore this. Hollis could renovate the Hollis Brookline Middle School to make any changes they need for their elementary school, and Brookline could expand CSDA or build a new middle school. There's pending legislation to revive school building aid, House Bill 214 and House Bill 594. So it's a proactive approach. When you pass this, if you pass this article, you will be starting a study process that's prescribed in the Articles of Agreement. It doesn't mean that the co-op gets reduced. It looks like you take a serious look at what the future for the co-op is, what's the best way to keep our kids together or to bring them apart in terms of the 7th and 8th grade and still maintain the 9 through 12 co-op. I've been asked the question about what you do about sports. You can still have 7th and 8th grade sports together. We could work out that as part of this study. And we actually do have some teams today that actually are shared with other schools, including hockey. So that's definitely something that could be done. And I think it doesn't hurt to look at this, but we don't want to be in the place where we were in 2004, 2003, where we tried to expand the middle school, and it took numerous attempts before a renovation passed. So this is actually a proactive approach to look at what's best for our students, what's good for Hollis, what's good for Brookline, and to look at the options going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Sachs.
Mr. Moderator, David Sachs, 43 Jambard Road in Hollis. I move to postpone this article indefinitely.
Okay, this is a motion to postpone the article indefinitely, moved by Mr. Sachs. Is there a second? And, sir, your name? Max Porter. If this motion passes, then the article is set aside immediately and we move on to other business. If you are in favor of postponing this article indefinitely, please raise your cards.
Discussion.
I apologize. You are correct. This motion is debatable.
Okay.
Mr. Sachs.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I believe the process here is completely flawed. There's no rationale to look into this right now. If there was really a problem with growth and enrollments, I expect the people that are sitting in front of you would be responsible enough to say, hey, we have this issue, what would we like to do? The very same argument for this article is opposite the other article, the rationale provided by the petitioners for the other article. There, the enrollments were going down, here they're going up. I think this is just, for me, a complete waste of time.
Mr. Garuba.
Here I am again, trying to make sure that this meeting is run in a way that everybody here gets to voice their opinion. And I'm saying the same thing that I said just a few minutes ago. I counted up 7 people over there who want to weigh in on this item, and the concept of shutting them down so they can't speak because someone doesn't like an item that's on the warrant, it is completely against
Let's not attribute motivations. Let's stick to what the article is, please.
He said he didn't like the warrant. I didn't attribute that. So, and my point is, that's against the concept of what we're here for. Why are we shutting down debate? We've already voted 3 times not to do this. I recommend we do it again.
Mr. Hubert.
Yeah, I'm in line to speak against the article, and I think the majority here are as well. But regardless, we shouldn't be shutting down debate. This is like voting to censor ourselves. There's no point.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? All right, the motion requires a simple majority. It would postpone this article indefinitely. If you are in favor of an indefinite postponement, please raise your cards. If you are opposed to an indefinite postponement, I believe the noes have it. We are back to discussing. Yes, sir.
Richard Gribble, Oak Hill Road in Brookline, and yes. And I already got a no answer from the lawyer, so I'm hoping for a yes answer on this one. By amending the articles, when does that amendment take effect? If we vote this in now, when does that amendment take effect?
Well, there is an extended process described in the articles and also in state law about what you have to do when you're adding or reducing grades. But basically, the school board would have to start an extended process to address it.
Okay.
And somebody back here who knows more about it than I do can tell you lots of details about how that would be done. Do you want more detail?
I'd love to hear a little more about it.
Somebody want to speak to what the process would be to add or remove grades from the... Mr. Solon.
A yes vote on this warrant article would effectively be dissolving the middle school portion of the co-op. It would initiate a process that includes creating a described study group, as is in the Articles of Agreement, consisting of members of school boards, budget committees, select boards, and the community, that would be required to study the situation and make a recommendation to the state as to whether or not they think it is a good thing. And long story short, it's about a 3-year process. It involves a lot of resources. At various points, there are exit points that the legislative body can vote to then not dissolve the middle school. But there are also a lot of appeal processes, so it is a long, involved dissolution process. At a minimum, it's a 3-year process.
And while we're through that process, who funds the middle school, the 7th and 8th grades?
Until there's ultimately a state-approved plan that gets voted and approved by the legislative body, the middle school would continue to be a portion of the co-op as it is now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One of my big concerns is we just passed a budget and then we're going to say, oh, by the way, we're taking the 7th and 8th grades out of it. So I'm glad that that's not the case. I'm still opposed to this. Brookline just voted on a study committee and voted it down. So I think there's a show of a lack of interest there in moving it around. I recommend that we vote against this article. Thank you.
Mr. Hubert.
Yes, I do think it's an excellent idea that the school board study the future of the co-op. However, as Mr. Solon alluded to earlier, I think we would be far, far better served with a K through 12 co-op. We could recognize efficiencies of scale. We would have fewer districts, fewer district meetings. Our SAU staff would have a whole lot less burden. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, not to mention the fact that the professional staff and support staff contracts, I'm 99% sure, are the most cost effective at the co-op level as compared to the other two districts.
Ms. Fareed.
County Fareed Hollis. Recently, as in a few weeks ago, the superintendent mentioned in public session that our sister town here, Amherst, is planning to build a new elementary school, for 500 students. New school, $66 million.
Ms. Roy.
Thank you, sir. I'm seeing discrepancies between warrant articles and what's being presented as a petition, and Mr. Sachs, I think, brought this up. The enrollment numbers are being said, hey, we have fewer kids, I don't want to support them. And then when it's convenient to try to say we want to break up the co-op middle school, now we're referencing the NESDEC. The NESDEC is showing higher numbers than current enrollment, so it's feeling like that's a real convenient thing to do, and it's completely opposite what's been used in other warrant article petitions today. So I'm finding that really dishonest, let's be frank. And I also think that...
Keep personalities out of this, please.
That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. And using the excuse of an aging building as a thinly veiled reason to start breaking up the co-op, I think is highly inappropriate. I vote no.
Mr. Buetow.
I have a couple of questions, actually, one for the board and one for the budget committee, and that is, can someone from each group explain why they are opposed to this? Aside from the obvious amount of work it is to go through the study process.
Does someone from the school board want to address that? And then the same question for the budget committee?
Correct.
So the question is why we voted in opposition. So I just want voters to remember that we have a monthly meeting and we take positions on this in a public hearing, and we all expressed our opinions during that process. So all of that is in the minutes and it's in the live stream. So I really appreciate the question. I will speak personally on, just from my point of view, what I said in that meeting is that we have a very effective co-op that is fiscally responsible and does a great job providing an education for grades 7 through 12. And I don't know why we would try to mess that up. But I certainly think that if there are concerns in terms of enrollments, this board and this budget committee would certainly take a look at everything in the future. Thanks.
Does the budget committee want to say something here? I know, you're so eager. If you weren't good at answering questions, you wouldn't keep up.
From a financial perspective, it just doesn't make sense because the impact to the town of Brookline would be so significant that while it would have to be evaluated, expanding schools, building new schools are very costly processes, and to hinge the potential of doing that on something like building aid, because it might come back at the state level. Building aid is applying for building aid is a very difficult, time-consuming process where one project is rated against every other project that other districts are putting forward. So the likelihood of Your project is essentially assigned points and, again, rated and ranked among every other project in the state, so the likelihood of really being eligible to receive building aid funds is pretty minimal.
Thank you.
It has now been an hour for the vote on Article 12, so I am going to close the balloting, the voting on Article 12. Counters may proceed to count. Mr. Solon.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road. I'm not going to try and recap all of the comments that were made during the public comment section of the hearing on this, but just to summarize, there was recognition of very appropriate and beneficial synergies of having the students of both towns come together at the middle school level educationally. I would rather speak to the logistics and the financial aspects of this proposal and recognize that one of the reasons the co-op exists at all is that when a new high school was needed, it was recognized that a cooperative school district gets better state funding than an individual district does. If we genuinely are concerned with facility needs going forward, I would support, and I would suspect that most of my colleagues on the various boards would support, proactively looking into the question of how do we best provide facilities for our students at the middle school and high school and at every level. This does not require a motion to dissolve the middle school. We can have this discussion, we can do this research and maintain the co-op, and that's what I support. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris Opelka, Hollis. I support studying this. Last year in the town report, in the superintendent's report, there was a statement about needing to possibly expand at the, I don't have my paper in front of me, I'm sorry. It's either the middle school or the high school. I believe it's the high school. I think we need to be proactive and know what's going on and what the possibilities are. The towns are exploding with growth. There's the issue of workforce housing in both towns, and I think we need to not put the blinders on. There's nothing wrong with study.
Mr. Scales.
Webb Scales, Brookline. In Brookline, we just had an emergency town meeting. I didn't even know we could do that. I didn't think we had that much power. And it was done under the threat to our school system due to growth. The problem is that the NASDAQ projections for the co-op don't go out far enough to see this bubble coming. But at the elementary level, we expect to have, I think they said, 80 new students in the next 3 years or so. And I apologize if that's inaccurate. My memory isn't what it used to be. But the point is, there is a very real problem coming our way. And Brookline is doing our best to cope with that. We're going to delay it and try to prepare for it. But the way these things work, that bubble is going to work its way through the system, and it's going to hit the 7th grade in less than a decade if all of the projections are right. And so we have about 10 years to solve this problem. And while I don't support this, this motion, I do believe that it's important for our governing body here to be preparing for this eventuality. The legislative body here generally takes about 3 tries before we'll approve anything big. And those are 3 times in a row. If we skip a year, the clock starts over. And so in order to make it to a new building or anything resembling a new building within the next 10 years, we have to have a plan in place within the next 5. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Tiffany Testo, 101 Moore Hill Road.
I've heard a lot of comments on the fiscal side of this, and I also heard from budget and from the school board, and I have faith in them that what they say is true regarding the fiscal. And so I haven't yet heard the perspective of the students, except for Mr. Solon, who did a bit of a summary. But if we think about the developmental needs of our kids and when they come together, middle school is a prime time for that. We've seen that our middle school is an extremely strong and successful place for those kids to come together and for us to build community. A long, long time ago when this decision was made, it was built on the idea of coming together and building community, and that age is developmentally appropriate. The idea to then split apart really doesn't benefit the growth of the students. So I just wanted to make a note on student perspective.
Yes, sir.
Richard Kreitz, Broad Street, Hollis. I appreciate all of the points of view that have been described this afternoon, but the recurring theme of this meeting that actually started about 7 days ago, best I can tell, has been fiscal responsibility and the amount of money we're spending. This article goes in exactly the wrong direction. We talk about how much we're spending, how much we're taxing. I support the point of view of the gentleman earlier that says that the most efficient use of our resources would be to combine into a single school district, all under SAU, with only one school board, not three, not continue to split it apart. That's not the most fiscally responsible use of our tax dollars. Thank you.
Mr. Buetow.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Motion to end debate by Mr. Buetow, seconded by Mr. Harris. All in favor of ending debate on this article, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? And the ayes have it. Yeah, so the lady in red, or maroon, if you will, is our last speaker. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Caitlin Ferdinand, Woodland Drive, Brookline. They asked about the student perspective. I am currently a senior at Hollis Brookline High School, and I'd just like to say going into middle school is when I made the most of my friends that I still have to this day. Most of the bonds that were created in 7th and 8th grade have lasted and will probably last beyond now. The criticalness of having like the cooperative school district right now, I'd say is important because it gives, when I was in 6th grade, there's maybe 200 kids in my grade, and now there's 400, all with new perspectives and ways of life that I didn't know. So there's a student's perspective.
Yes, ma'am.
Cordelia Scales, 49 DuPaul Gould Road, Brookline. I would also like to give a student perspective. I graduated from HBHS in 2019. When I first got into 7th grade, I was really nervous because of the increase of the size of the student body, which was about 300 at CSDA to about 400 at the middle school. I can't imagine going from middle school of like 220 kids to almost 850 at the high school level. That major jump is extremely anxiety-inducing to some people, and so I would highly encourage you all to vote against this. Thank you.
All debate on this article is elapsed. The article is to amend the Articles of Agreement to essentially drop grades 7 and 8 from the co-op. If you are in favor, excuse me. If you are in favor of amending the Articles of Agreement, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to amending the Articles of Agreement, please raise your cards. Thank you, and the noes have it.
Mr. Moderator, Not that it really is needed, but I move to restrict reconsideration of Article 14.
Motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 14, moved by Mr. Sachs, seconded by Mr. Harris. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 14, please raise your cards. Thank you. Or if you are opposed, raise your cards, and the ayes have it. Article 15. Now, I am aware that there has been a lot of unpleasant text on social media regarding this article. I would like to reiterate that decorum is the watchword of this meeting. Personal attacks and disruptive behavior are not allowed. So I would encourage speakers here to be polite, address the issues and not the people.
We're going to use green ballot the next time.
Okay, all right. I have the vote here on Article 12. And I would note that 3 people put the wrong color ballot in and their ballot wasn't counted. The yes votes were 119 and the noes were 278. The article fails.
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to move to restrict reconsideration of the Article 12.
Motion by Mr. Sachs, seconded by Mr. Harris to restrict reconsideration of Article 12, which was the tax cap. If you are in favor of restricting reconsideration of Article 12, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed, please raise your cards. And the ayes have it. Article 15 by petition. Shall SAU 41 and the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools hereby affirm our general support for each student's growth and enrichment. In support thereof, we, the legislative body, hereby state the following as a matter of general policy. A, the family unit is ideally at the core of each individual's social, educational, intellectual, and emotional well-being. B, our schools are a critical element that shall foster an environment where our goal is that all students are enabled to thrive and positively achieve their potential and develop the content of their character accordingly. C, it shall be the primary goal of all teachers and administrators to support these efforts. D, any divisive policy that fosters prejudicial discrimination, segregation, stereotyping, intimidation, censorship, harassment, or retribution based on race or sex is, by its nature, a threat to our social fabric, morally wrong, and generally unlawful. E, further, educational techniques that hinder or prevent fairness, impartiality, equality of opportunity, or conversely, support outcomes of equity redesign, equity-based outcomes, redistribution, retribution, unlearning, or critical race theory are by their nature detrimentally counterproductive to healthy education and the unifying ideals of our greater American society. F, any party so wronged may seek court relief under applicable federal and state laws through and with RSA 354-A, anti-discrimination, RSA 91-A, the right to know, et al., noting the enforcement and penalty provisions provided therein. Therefore, we, the legislative body of SAU 41 and the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools, with our vote, hereby affirm that this article be published and made an integral policy of our school administrative unit and cooperative school district. The school board does not recommend this Article 070. Moved by Doug Davidson, second by Second over here, Marilyn Lerner? No. You're not seconding. Is there a second for this article?
I'll second.
Eric Power. I'm going to first recognize the district council.
I guess the best place to start is to take you back to a conversation we had earlier today where a voter drew the attention of the rest of the body to the fact that you are a legislative body and this is a governing body. And under state law, specifically RSA 189:1-A, the legislature has determined that the governing body is responsible for adopting the policies and goals of the district, and that includes policies related to discrimination, policies related to curriculum development. The legislative body, which is this group of people when you're convened in this setting, is specifically responsible for adopting budgets, of authorizing appropriations, not setting policies. So I just want you to all be clear that the subject matter of this warrant article at the outset, amended or in its current form, is advisory and non-binding. It will have no legal impact or effect whatsoever if it's passed in its current form or in an amended form, because the authority to adopt this type of policy or set this type of regulation, rule, or priority is squarely within the purview of the governing body, the school board, not the legislative body. It doesn't mean it's illegal necessarily. It just means it's going to have no legal effect. And while everyone is going to be very interested in discussing the subject matter, it's important to know that it has no legal effect whatsoever. I'll draw an analogy for those of you who may be more familiar with how things work on the town side. Under state law, the legislature in New Hampshire has delegated to the Board of Selectmen and selectmen in town the authority to adopt parking regulations. So a town vote to restrict parking on Main Street is non-binding, advisory, and really has no legal effect. So it's an interesting thing to talk about, but it doesn't mean the Board of Selectmen in town would have to adopt or modify parking regulations. The other thing I'll point out with respect to this specific warrant article is that you are the legislative body of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. This makes reference on 2 occasions to SAU 41. SAU 41 is a separate municipal corporation. This body has no jurisdiction over SAU 41. Thank you.
Doug Davidson, do you wish to speak to your article? There he is. I missed you. Mr. Davidson, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, for staying here. I will look to be brief. My name is Doug Davidson. As you know by now, I guess I live at 85 Rideout Road. I rise to speak in support of Warrant 15 and against discrimination in all forms, and we're well aware of what the attorney had said at previous meetings. I'll bore you with a few things, as I've been recently cast as a racist and a selfish old ogre. My background, I have 2 boys, as many of you know, that graduated in 2015 and 2017 respectively. They're both doing well and on to successful careers. We also have a 10-year-old who's in the 5th grade and was the 4th grade spelling bee champion, and we also have a new young son who is a toddler. I say all this to illustrate how prideful we are of our kids and how important schooling and parenting is in our household. For further reference, I'm a former high school teacher, coach. I taught Afro-Asian cultural studies and I taught American government. I'm a former JC of the Year. I moved on to high tech, where I worked for IBM, NCR, and several startups, and you can look at my profile on LinkedIn. I've served in the Hollis Conservation Commission, Lawrence Barn Committee. I was the former ranking member of the Co-op Budget Committee, and I served on the board of HB Cal Ripken, where I recently coached and managed fundraising. My Slavic relatives were marched off to camps by the Nazis. They never came home. I personally have dear friends who were freedom riders in Mississippi in the 1960s, and I am part of a multi-generational, multi-race family. My blood relatives and ancestors hail from every continent save Antarctica, and all of my children are either part Cherokee or Abenaki. To warrant Article 15. Warrant Article 15 is indeed advisory. It states what it is for, what it is against, and it reminds us of already in place laws that any aggrieved party can and should exercise. And I would encourage anybody who feels that they've been wronged, hopefully they did or should have exercised those rights. Some 70 plus people signed the petition in a matter of days. As many of you saw, those who were against the article posted all the names, email addresses, and addresses on the town Facebook page. One can only speculate on their motive in doing this. Warrant 15 and its goal is to foster a healthy environment in the schools that has people judged by the content of their character. I'm going to say it again. Warrant 15 is proposed to have people judged by the content of their character. If 15 is passed, the school board administration could ignore the voters, as you've already heard, but they will still now be on notice, and they will now know that we are watching more closely. No matter your politics, the last 2 years have been tough on all of us. Many of us fear our culture is spiraling downward. Many of us view the growing divisiveness in our country as being compounded by things that further separate us. We view CRT and DEI as such a divider. From San Diego to Hanover, New Hampshire, CRT, under the sheep's clothing of DEI, is on the march. Warrant Article 15 does not restrict speech and prohibits nothing to be said in the classroom. That's particularly important to me formally as a classroom teacher. Rather, it states that we oppose fostering any racially based policies and curriculum that makes CRT DEI either policy or as an educational objective as part of the curriculum. To say we need DEI and CRT and HB, and I ask the administrators and faculty and staff here to be on notice to this, to say we need DEI and CRT and HB is to say that our school board, administrators, teachers, and indeed our parents have failed their children. Worse yet, this would be an affirmation that we have been looking the other way and sweeping such terrible events under the rug. Is this true? Is this true? If this were true, then we should be looking at the incident reports both in the schools and at the police department, and we should probably be seeking either firing or criminally indicting those who looked the other way. But clearly this is not the case. There are no such incident reports that have been filed with the schools, local police, or any governmental agencies relative to HB. Any premise for needing DEI and CRT and HB is therefore false. Their narrative is false, and it's clearly a camel's nose under the tent for indoctrination. I want to talk about original sin and absolution.
You're running short.
I'll be right there. I got one more paragraph. This is the christening gown that's been in my family since 1840. It came over from Scotland, and my new son was recently christened in it. In my faith, we have the ritual and sacrament of baptism. With a baptism, a child becomes a member of a community of Christ and is absolved from original sin. Now, I never quite understood the idea of original sin, and it remains a mystery to me to this day. But I always wondered why and how an innocent newborn child could be guilty of sin. I have similar confusion of this sort when it comes to CRT being fostered by DEI. But unlike baptism, with CRT and DEI, there is no absolution. There is no ritual. There is no merit badge to say you're absolved. There is no diploma to prove that you are free from this sin. Your skin is white. You are a bad racist. You need to realize this, and no matter what. Not only is this hogwash, it's abusive. Child abuse by any measure. I'm guilty by association, and my association is skin color. This is racism at its core. You don't correct racism with more racism. It's a terrible thought, but it's how they want you to think. In closing, If you do not vote against warrant 15, pardon me, if you do vote against warrant 15, I wish you an epiphany of the wisdom of Solomon sometime in the future, as you'll be putting your children on a road where they are taught to loathe themselves as they endlessly atone for sins they never committed. That's why I ask you to vote for Article 15.
Enough.
Thank you.
To amend Article 15?
Well, what do you mean restrict the vote? Secret ballot. Thank you. Do you have it print? Are their names printed as well? Yes. Mr. Garuba.
I move to amend Article 15. I have a written amendment which addresses the concerns that the district lawyer raised, and we certainly understand that this is an advisory article. So the fact that it's advisory, I don't think takes anything away from its importance. So I don't know if you want me to pass in my written amendment. I would like to tell the audience that the text of this written amendment is available online at abouthollis.com/vote. And it is also placed on almost every chair out there. So I don't know if you've had a chance to read it, but certainly it is available for you. And finally, it's also available on QR codes on the posts around the field here.
So where do I start? And how does it go? The end of the page, one page. This is a motion to amend Article 15, and it is a replacement in its entirety. The amended article would read, shall the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools hereby affirm our support for each student's growth and enrichment. In doing so, we, the legislative body, hereby state the following as general principles. A, the Hollis Brookline School District values all students as individuals and welcomes students of all races. B, we affirm that no race or sex is inherently superior or inferior to another race or sex. C, no individual or group, by virtue of race or sex, is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive, consciously or unconsciously. D, no individual or group should be discriminated against or receive preferential treatment based on race or sex. E, each person should be treated and respected as a unique individual without respect to race, sex, political, or religious affiliation. F, an individual's moral character shall not be assumed because of race or sex. G, each individual is responsible for his or her own actions. Assignment of fault, blame, bias, or accusations of oppression upon individuals, races, or sexes due to actions of others in the present or in the past is unjust. H, virtues such as punctuality, accountability, and hard work are not racist, nor were they created by a particular race or sex to oppress another race or sex. I, the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools shall provide equality of opportunity, not equality of outcome, to each of our students, regardless of race, sex, national origin, religion, or disability. Therefore, we, the legislative body of the Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools, with our vote, hereby recommend that these principles be incorporated into the relevant policies, resolutions, and curricula of our cooperative school district. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Power. Is there discussion on the amendment? Mr. Garuba.
Yeah, I would like to say a few comments before I begin. I don't think I can spin around quite as well as Dennis did.
Then don't address me, please.
I do want to take a chance to look at everybody in the eye because I think this is a really important issue. So,
Joe, face me.
Yes, sir. So I'm proud to stand before you to explain the concepts of my proposed amendment to Warrant Article 15. Before I begin, I have to express my disappointment with the reactions to this effort. Many residents work together to help us better understand the critical issues that surround Warrant Article 15. Unfortunately, the atmosphere of intimidation and backlash created by the opposition and the ad hominem attacks on social media have done nothing to encourage more honest discussion. In some instances, there have been attempts to impugn people's character. For these reasons, there are supporters who have chosen to remain anonymous. They have, however, worked tirelessly to shed light on the issues and to ensure that we, as a legislative body, make an informed decision on this amendment. It is my hope that this in-person meeting, where each of us can listen to their neighbors and consider the merits of their arguments, will serve as a catalyst for building unity in our towns. Now I want to focus on the 9 principles of the amendment because that's what we're really here to talk about. I don't want to be distracted on all of the other topics that seem to be dragged into this. So the Hollis-Brookline, point A is the Hollis-Brookline School District values all students as individuals and welcomes students of all races. So the thinking here is that justice can only apply to individuals. It is not reasonable to consider group characteristics since not all members of a group have the same advantages or experiences. Item B is that we affirm that no race or sex is inherently superior or inferior to another race or sex. This principle must be the basis by which we view the world to ensure that interactions have a fair foundation.
Finish up, Joe.
So I would like to say that I had originally arranged to have at least 5 minutes. Actually, it was originally 10 minutes, but the rules were changed previously, so I don't know if I'll be able to get to all the topics. So I'll just go to the end here, which is basically our society. Therefore, we, the legislative body of the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative Schools, with our vote, hereby recommend that these principles be incorporated into the relevant policies and resolutions and curricula of our cooperative school district. It's our intention to make sure that our schools follow these reasoned and common sense principles,
Joe,
which have proven to be the basis of equality, justice, and unity in the past. It is these principles that will allow our school to bring the best qualities in all students and to find the beauty and goodness inside each person and to help it flourish. Thank you.
So the amendment is on the floor. If you wish to speak to the amendment, it is now your turn. Yes, ma'am.
My name's Ariana Frankel. I'm on Rocky Pond Road in Hollis. I originally wrote a brief essay to talk about both the posted amendment and the one that is on the previous before the amendment. But I would just like to say for the amendment specifically, I'm a senior in high school here, and while I do agree with the wording and the statements in the amendment, I don't think that it's necessarily warranted. From my research of what this amendment is trying to do, it is mostly to combat the educational efforts made by a organization to inform people of the history of the flaws of this country and state. And while I don't think that this is trying to promote the inherent evil or sin of people who may not, have descent in people of color or are part of the LGBTQ community or otherwise, I would say that the discussion of these topics is integral to having an informed society and student body, one that is fully informed, not one that is censored. Thank you.
Is someone else likes to speak to the amendment? Seeing none to speak to the amendment, we are come to vote on whether to accept the amendment. The amendment is a complete replace. All right, sorry. If you're going to speak to the amendment, move forward so that we know that you want to speak. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is David Dusso, Arbor Lane in Hollis. I'd like to first start by stating that I agree very much with the sentiment contained within that text, but in general, it doesn't belong in the programs or policies of the school district. My major concern with the amendment is I feel it is a Trojan horse with luring you in with nice talk up front, but it's that final clause that I have the major concern with, and that is that it is going to be, the principles would be incorporated into the policies and curricula of our cooperative school district, meaning instead of the children being taught math and science and the liberal arts, they would be mandated to get political dogma as part of their curriculum. That is not what the school is for. Reading, writing, arithmetic. That's it. So thank you.
Ms. Ledoux.
Ah, you remembered my name. All right, guys, I can't look at you, which kind of sucks, but I want to say thank you all for being here. Hello. Okay. I am actually a mentor to students in a communist country who are often afraid to openly share their beliefs, which is actually really hard for me to see because I love them, and I don't want to see that happen here in our own society, in our own schools, which is unfortunately what has been happening. If I may read an excerpt from a series of letters that my mother has received from kids right here in the Hollis Brookline Co-op who are bullied and shamed by students and teachers for daring to express beliefs that are in conflict with the things that this critical race teachings that are already being infused into our school system. I will provide copies of these to the school officials, which I believe that's already been done. So this is from a female, she's in 12th grade, here at HB. One teacher discussed, quote unquote, white privilege. We were basically being told that only white people can be racist against other races. There are more students of the co-op who are too afraid to come forward because it's common now that you will be labeled and judged if you speak up. Another female in the 12th grade also said, I know quite a few other students like myself who are forced to remain silent because of the risk of their social status. At HB, things like intersectionality and tolerance are only applied to those who fit a specific agenda. Female and from grade 11 here in HB. One day in history class, I challenged a teacher's left-leaning opinion, which is completely normal. She completely shut me down, my opinion and everything I said, tearing me to shreds in front of her classroom. I've been bullied by teachers and students and told that I'm a racist and an idiot. A male in the grade 11 said, I'm afraid to share my beliefs. This is because we are labeled as racist and sexist for doing so. I've been pressured by a few teachers to believe different political views and am made to feel very uncomfortable. Critical race theory teachings only add to the division in our school. A senior at HB this year says, I have been cyberbullied for my beliefs in school, kicked out of groups, sent hateful texts, etc. Kids like me rarely share our beliefs in class.
Finish up, please.
Yep. Left-wing discussions usually show up in English and social studies classes, but for every once in a while they show up in STEM classes, and it has gotten worse this year. As I sit in class writing this is another person, this to my teacher, is ranting against warrant Article 15 and an amendment to it. She went on to say that she had managed to get most of the kids in her first period class upset about it. Neighbors, this is why we need the amendment to warrant Article 15, to stop this horrendous treatment of our own kids here. And I say that as a 19-year-old recent graduate of high school. Thank you.
Mr. Garuba.
John Garuba, 30 Meadow Drive. For the record, I'm speaking about the amended warrant article and not the original. I'm not comfortable coming here and speaking, as many of you have seen earlier. However, I felt it was morally necessary to come and speak, as many in the community have felt bullied and shamed for participating in constructive civil discourse with good intentions. Some are frightened to speak their mind and fear of retaliation and shaming. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, among these, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those words are not just the first step on the road to the birth of a new nation, but the founding principle for a vision of an inclusive nation which respects the rights of all citizens by treating them equally. Throughout history, our nation has struggled toward this vision, and yes, there have been stumbles, but the relentless pursuit of this vision of equality is essential. To replace equality with anything less will result in a defective process that will divide rather than unify. In analyzing the ideas and theories proposed by CRT, I am most concerned about the intentional substitution of equity for equality. These are not the same. Equity is subjective and equality is not. This seemingly benign word choice is not for vocabulary's sake, but an intentional act that is intended to be foundation altering. The very concept of equity requires that people be divided so that subjective measures can be made comparing individual groups. Fundamentally, this is a divisive process by its nature. When implemented by organizations of power, its subjective nature will result in unintended consequences and perverse results, which will demoralize and demotivate favored groups while simultaneously punishing others for their physical attributes. Please use this opportunity to make your voices heard and stand up for equality and inclusion by voting yes on the amended warrant Article 15. A yes vote ensures that Hollis Brookline Cooperative Schools shall provide equality of opportunity for all students regardless of race, sex, national origin, religion, or disability. If you haven't, one last sentence. If you haven't considered speaking here today or have been afraid to, I implore you to reconsider and simply come up and state your support for the common sense values in the amended article. Your courage will go a long way.
Yes, ma'am.
Marcia Donaldson, 38 Van Dyke Road, Hollis. Diversity, equity, inclusion, DEI. Critical race theory, CRT. The more you read and hear, it becomes obvious that they're polar opposites. One of them needs to stay out of the education sandbox. That would be CRT. Why? Because where DEI is uplifting, strengthening, and respectful, CRT is condemning, excluding, destructive, and soulless. It is discrimination. CRT denies the value of the individual, disdains accomplishment as a selfish pursuit, prefers a narrative to corroborated truth, and despises any value system not evaluated through their lens of, for example, racial injustice. In simple terms, CRT is dangerously divisive and thrives on rejection. DEI exists in the real world with all of its faults. It acknowledges the ongoing difficulties humans have with one another on multiple levels. It sets out a plan to address them, to help individuals engage with each other in larger, concrete, productive ways. DEI is good for young people. CRT is a plunge off the cliff. So why amend the existing DEI plan? To protect it from becoming its direct opposite. Is this protection necessary? Yes, it is. Parents, beware. Pay attention. There are people who believe that the absolutism of critical race theory is a good thing, that what we do is nothing but an effort to deny our inherent evil. Disagreement is disallowed. CRT must stay out of our schools, and DEI needs this amendment's protection. Most important of all, so do our young people. They need and deserve a positive vision for their future. It's in our hands. Please vote yes on the amendment to warrant Article 15.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Kevin Lavery, 11 Woodland Drive, Brookline. I speak from a little bit of experience. I'm not going to give a little lineage like some people, but I'm married to a full-blooded American Indian and have 6 children that I put through this system. Basically what I'm saying, there is no need for this entire article. When it was read, the sponsor or the writer actually alludes to the fact it's all covered by federal law and should be just reiterated in the classroom. I mean, in the student handbook. As far as teaching children morals, the school has been stepping into the parents' venue far too often. Parents teach them morals. That's why we don't have these problems here. I'm not going to go into where I served, but I'm a vet, and all I'm going to say is, you want to see hate crimes? I don't tell stories, but I'm just saying I could allude to a few that would probably make people cry, and entire families. So I don't even know why this warrant is coming up, and then we're being told we have no say in it. I just have a problem with that. I'll end with, I don't tell you how to teach algebra. Don't tell me how to teach morals to my children. They're doing just fine. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Allison Simon, 12 Reed Lane in Hollis. This past week, we saw people on the Facebook community board ignoring the substance of the amendment to Article 15. Instead, community members zealously sought to track down who was responsible for this amendment and wouldn't comment on content until they knew who it was. Who's behind this amendment? A large group of moms who have been listening to Zoom classes from elementary school and high school level, and they have concerns. Some of these concerns have been brought to the administration, but many of our moms are concerned that if they come forward, their children will be impacted negatively. We are concerned that publicly posting on Facebook community boards will lead to personal attacks, shaming, canceling, and otherwise hurt our families. This is why we promoted the amendment in the way. 100% of it is local, and funds raised are 100% local from our families. I am asking voters to vote your conscience. Forget about political parties, famous authors, and vote your heart. Look at what is written in this amendment. Vote yes for what makes sense for teaching our children. This is a secret ballot, maybe one of the only ones we have. Take this opportunity so your voice is known in this issue without worrying about what everybody thinks. Vote yes. If diversity, equity, and inclusion is not critical race theory, then why is anyone opposed to Article 15? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. My name is Julia. I'm a resident here of Brookline. I grew up here, graduated on this field, was, class vice president right in that building. When I was 19, I left here and moved to Chicago, where I lived for the better part of a decade. It didn't take me very long to realize that there are a lot of things that I just simply had no idea about. To put it bluntly, although I was a well-intentioned kid, I was simply ignorant to a lot of things about the way the world worked for people outside of my experience and skin color. I was simply unprepared. This was before there were these nice academic terms like anti-racism and CRT. The black tile on Instagram wasn't trending yet, but the fancy terms didn't need to exist for me to understand that these structures of oppression were happening anyway. And I want to be clear, I didn't learn about this stuff in some sort of liberal college curriculum with any sort of agenda. I learned about this by living in different neighborhoods, meeting people, observing my surroundings, and having a community of friends from a variety of backgrounds. I learned this out in the world because it is the truth, and the truth exists whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. It doesn't matter if it makes you uncomfortable. It doesn't care about how it makes you feel. It is. Article 15 and any of the proposed amendments to it, as shown in this well-marketed flyer, are an attempt to not acknowledge the truth about racism and systemic oppression. It is a decision to choose ignorance over truth, and I gotta believe that we're better than that. I love this community, and I believe in this community. It's rural and tight-knit. We are small, but we are not small-minded. That's why I trust us to vote no on Article 15 and any amendments thereof.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'm Sue Hamola. I live on Mendelssohn and Hollis. Here's my card. There's a lot of people that came here today to have a discussion on critical race theory and to discuss if warrant Article 15 and its amendment are needed. And there's many speakers on both sides. But the one thing that I wanted to talk about this amendment, but also just about warrant Article 15 as well, is that what happens in school districts and communities when a discussion on critical race theory is proposed. Recently in Hanover, I know it was already been documented by somebody else that a parent raised some mild objections to critical race theory in his school district. He was immediately shouted down, and there was a pretty big backlash against him. What struck me about his experience was how similar it was to the backlash that people are getting in communities across the country, across New Hampshire, and in our community. With regard to ours, just the introduction of warrant Article 15 ignited a firestorm where some individuals immediately set out to, obviously, as we discussed already, publish the names of people who signed the petition. When that petition wasn't yet posted, there was actually a discussion on Facebook of which school board members you could contact so that you could get this information faster. The petitioners, again, were immediately accused of being intolerant and racist, and a rant towards the petitioners ensued online. And when the warrant article circulated through the school board process, there were quite a few attempts to remove it from the agenda. When it remained on the agenda, rules for this meeting were changed to where we actually didn't get a fair discussion on the amendment. We didn't get the normal time for a thorough discussion on that from the person who proposed it. If the concepts of CRT are valid enough to be taught to students in New Hampshire, aren't they valid enough to stand up to a community discussion? And I'd like to say that, and if the commonly stated goals of teaching CRT are to facilitate more inclusion and tolerance, why is there always an aim to shut down the conversation? And lastly, there's little question that in time, CRT concepts will be introduced quietly and under the radar into many New Hampshire school districts to include ours. If these concepts are truly legitimate in the best interest of all students, why aren't we able to have an open, civil, and thorough discussion on this topic? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Ardith Blavelt, and I live on Van Dyke Road. I wasn't planning to speak, but I feel compelled to do so. It's interesting to me to have spent 5 hours today listening to everybody talk about how we love to talk and converse and exchange ideas, and we have voted down ways to minimize that. And yet here we are, arguing over allowing our children not just to learn about their history, the good and the bad, but to also acknowledge the different points of view within their own student body. The parents fear exchanging their ideas because their kids can be hurt. It's easy to pretend and deny that that happens, but that is not the truth. Bullying has reached the adult level now. I would look at you and say, under the rules, and they are absolute rules, of critical race theory, this gathering would not happen. Think about that for a little while. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the amendment?
Harold Cadman, Depot Road, Hollis. I don't know if this speaks to the amendment totally properly or not, because I'm not an activist politically. I just come out because this is an important subject. I think the other speakers did a great job, especially Doug Davidson. That was awesome. And as I just said, I think other speakers will accurately characterize the utter ridiculousness of critical race theory. So I'd like to address the bigger picture as it relates to CRT. This is my view, and people can decide for themselves if my points are valid. The question I'd like to raise is, where is this radical theory coming from, and who is financing its warp speed rollout? On its face, critical race theory is itself racist. When first hearing the 5 tenets of the theory, my impression was this is radical propaganda designed to pit one American against another. And really, how better to divide Americans to a fever pitch than by quietly but forcefully targeting their children for indoctrination of these radical ideas. This effort to indoctrinate requires a massive amount of money, as well as the approval and support of highly influential individuals, public and private. The entire curriculum has been created, and the public is just beginning to grasp it now. The teachers' union and school board seem to be the frontline soldiers, but who is behind this financially and politically, and why? Considering the recent loss of liberty under the COVID, as well as freedom of speech is being attacked, it is not hard to see an agenda developing to divide Americans and subjugate, if not eliminate, the Constitution of the United States. Maybe this agenda can be summed up by Senator Chuck Schumer's declaration, first we take Georgia, then we change America. Critical race theory is simply another tool being used to divide Americans. It is closely coupled to the BLM movement, which is Marxist and promotes the destruction of the nuclear family, as well as insane goals like defunding the police.
Please finish up.
Immigrants are flooding the southern border without going through established legal channels, and the left applaud it. Cancel culture is canceling history, and I equate this to book burning. America is under a subversive attack, and critical race theory is simply another tool to promote that. Don't let this agenda take root in our community. Vote yes on Article 15. Thank you.
Let's stop the heckling. It is unnecessary. It is possible to have a civil discussion here. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Pam Hicks, 8 Maple Knoll Drive. I wanted to read an excerpt written by Carol Swain, a retired professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt University. She grew up in rural Virginia, and I quote that her quote is, she was dirt poor, dropped out of school in 8th grade, and had 3 children by age 20. Dr. Swain writes, I was blessed in one critical way. I was born in America, a land of opportunity for anyone of any color or background. In this country, where you start your life does not determine where you end up. You can start out with every advantage and waste them all, or you can start out with nothing and become a success. Your attitude is far more important than your race, gender, or social class in determining what you accomplish in life. I was born in a world where systemic racism was real. No fooling, outright bigotry, back of the bus real. But here's what you need to know. Yes, that racism shaped the black experience, but even then it did not define it. The leaders who fought for equal rights for blacks were men and women of all races. They believed in America and were determined to see it to live up to its highest ideals, ideals manifest in the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. I'd like to think I had enough common sense to know that we can't judge men who lived 250 years ago by the moral standards of our own day, and that Jefferson wrote the words in the Declaration of Independence that made slavery ultimately impossible, that all men are created equal, and that the rest of the founders risked everything to make my world, my America possible. How could I not be grateful for that and for the sacrifices so many others have made to preserve it? The truth is, I cannot remember a time when I did not love America and feel pride in the belief that I lived in the greatest country of the world. Dr. Swain also says she was fortunate in another way. I was spared the life-sapping negative messages about America that are crippling a generation of young people. She says, the antidote is not complicated. Work hard, learn from your mistakes, take personal responsibility for your actions. And she ends with, it was only when exposed to academic theories of oppression in graduate school that I was informed that because I was Black, poor, and female, I could never do what I had already accomplished. Thank God it was too late for these toxic messages to stop me. Don't let them stop you.
Finish up, please.
Okay. I'd just like to add, how we treat each other does matter, and what our children are taught matters. CRT and any curriculum around it does not belong in our schools. It is toxic, it fuels intolerance, it divides, and it is anti-American. Color should never define who you are or what opportunities you have. Vote yes on 15.
Ms. Levesque.
Yes, good evening. Melanie LeBake, 2 McDaniels Drive, Brookline. First, I want to thank the school board and the administration for all your hard work. I know it's not easy, having been a member. I'm here to speak against Warrant Article 15 and its amendment. Like many of you, I received this mailer that espouses equality, justice, and unity. I followed the link to abouthollis.com to hear our state senator, Kevin Avard, interviewing a man about racism and critical race theory. Now, we all believe in equality, justice, and unity, but we would do much more to achieve this goal by having conversations with each other, learning about each other, and acknowledging and respecting our differences. Speaking of critical race theory, I looked up the definition because I did not know. It's described as an intellectual movement and framework of legal analysis based on the premise that race is a socially constructed category that is used to oppress and exploit people of color. Critical race theory is a very high-level conversation, and it's not for elementary schools or even high schoolers, and I don't believe that is the intention here. The term critical race theory is one that I have only heard from people who oppose the diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. This week, I had the opportunity to attend a DEI informational presentation with 3 healthcare and educational professionals. I did not hear talk of critical race theory. They spoke about giving our children opportunities to learn, recognizing that there are different ways of learning and different social, emotional factors that attribute to students' learning and well-being. I also heard that we as adults should model good behavior. We need to remember why we are here today, to support our children and give them the learning experience they need to become successful adults. Our educational institutions are the one place students can socialize with each other, learn how to work with others, and figure out where their strengths and interests lie. So we should be supporting our students, and I ask you to vote no on Article 15 and its amendment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Tiffany Testa, 101 Moore Hill Road. I'm standing here as an educator with over 20 years experience in education. I'd like to make a distinction between the work of diversity, equity, and inclusion and the ideological arguments of race that our community are now engaged in. So diversity, equity, inclusion. Equity is meeting the diverse needs for a common goal. That common goal for every student is to be able to access learning. And so in education, we must look at individual students, we must look at their needs, and we must meet their needs with varying, not the same, tools and supports. And that's what equity of education is. The other thing that is really important to know about DEI is it is about training our teachers to engage with our students in ways that every voice can be heard. And what's really interesting is I heard some beautiful student or past student speakers get up, and if you notice, some of them were in support of this, and if you notice, some of them were not in support of this. So who are we as the adults to vote on which one should be allowed in their thought process? What they need is they need skilled teachers, and that's the work of DEI, so that when they get up and they have a conservative voice, they are not shut off by the liberal teacher ideas. Or when they have liberal ideas, they are not shut off by the conservative ideas. We are all getting up here to speak about ideological ideas. We're having discussion and arguments, and yet you want to say, take that out of the classroom? Not only that, but I saw voted twice here to not allow the stopping of discussion. So you voted down to table. But this is censoring. What this is censoring an ideological idea. Critical race theory is a theory, just like there's many theories in learning. What we are afraid of is that we're not going to be able to support our kids because we've seen it happen. But the problem is engaging in this argument is diverting the critical work that's needed, that I've been advocating for this district for a really long time, that support our teachers in social and emotional learning and diversity and equity and inclusion. So we don't have to fight over what ideas are allowed in the classroom, because we know learning involves allowing all of the ideas. You don't shut ideas out of a classroom. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Maria Nardi, 68 Hideaway in Hollis. I guess I'm going to start with something at the bottom here just to clear something up. We want to be specific in this amendment because we feel that CRT is going to find its way in, and by and large, it pretty much, based on some information that we've received, it by and large is already in our school system. So with that being said, if we, this is why we don't want CRT in our DEI training. And unfortunately, in this day and age, we have to specifically ensure that the DEI curriculum never turns into CRT. So I'm just going to read a summary from a video interview with a dad named Dan Richards from a district in New Hampshire rather, on why he doesn't want critical race theory to be part of the DEI curriculum. And I quote, "The district mandated CRT trainings using taxpayer dollars on school property for diversity, equity, and inclusion given by hired trainers. One of the things taught by these trainers was to interrupt people and not allow them to speak. They were literally training teachers to interrupt. Interrupt who? Ultimately, it was Mr. Richards. And further quoting from the summary of this video, someone asked him during the meeting why he was for the bill. What are your reasons? While he was trying to explain, a CRT-trained administrator said, 'I am interrupting you. You are not allowed to talk. People like you are not allowed to do what you're doing. I have been trained to interrupt you.' She said these words several times. He said, 'What do you mean you've been trained? This is a democracy. I'm able to speak. I'm a parent. I'm concerned.' At which time the CRT administrator shut me off again and said, 'You are not allowed to speak.' My son witnessed CRT in action in the middle school 3 years ago. His English teacher was discussing women's rights, and a boy in the class asked a question, and my son told me she replied to his question with, 'You'd never understand because you're a white male.' This kind of statement by a teacher is not only bullying, but it's downright discriminatory and demeaning. To those of you who keep saying that we will not be teaching CRT in our schools, there shouldn't be any reason why you have a problem with ensuring that the amended warrant Article 15 passes. Please vote yes for this amendment. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Andrew Scott, Proctor Hill Road. I am on the DEI committee for the SAU 41, and I strongly support this amendment. While the DEI committee has produced an excellent resolution, and I respect everyone on the committee, we need this amendment to affirm the work done to this point. The current resolution is written in accordance with many of the principles that are in this amendment. However, that resolution has not yet been voted on by the school boards. It could be changed. More importantly, if DEI programs are implemented in the district, many of these programs are strongly linked to CRT, as the previous speaker just referenced, as the trainers and consultants who work these programs are often CRT trained. Finally, the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, which is a major leader in social and emotional learning, updated their focus in December of last year to include many CRT principles. As a community, we have an unusual but important opportunity to let our school boards know what we think on this topic and encourage them to reject critical race theory now and in the future. There are non-CRT programs out there that are DEI focused. We just have to choose them. The AboutHollis.com website does a good job summarizing the differences between Martin Luther King's classical approach and Ibram Kendi's critical race theory approach. MLK's approach is the superior approach because it not only calls out the errors within our system, but looks back to the founding ideals of our country as the solution. Read his letter from the Birmingham jail where he calls out white supremacists. Read his speeches where he calls for action instead of static moderation. But let us inspire our kids with his call back to our founding principles of equality, justice, and unity, and that we ultimately should be judged by the content of our character and not by the color of our skin. While CRT divides, MLK and the classic approach unites. Vote yes on this amendment. If you do some research, you will see that CRT, I don't mind it being discussed as a theory, but when it is the underlying principle that is taught within the DEI program, it kind of overwhelms everything. That's what you'll find as you do more research, and I think that's why we should say yes to this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Caitlin Parikh, 8 Peterson Road in Brookline. So what I'm hearing is that there are a lot of viewpoints here, and these conversations take a lot of time, more time than we have today. I'm also on this DEI committee, which is a really diverse group of people who are having these conversations and inviting public opinion, and we've been working for about 6 months to write this resolution on this topic. I think Amendment 15 as written is narrow and it limits us. It focuses just on race and sex, and we're excluding other important groups here. What about students with disabilities or students who excel scholastically? What about students who are going to need a boost to adjust post-pandemic? There's a lot that we need to consider if we're going to write something like this, and I think it's going to take a lot longer than today. This is the work that the DEI committee is doing, and that we're welcoming input from everybody to do this together. I plan on voting no to this, to both Article 15 and its amendment, and I encourage others to do so too. Thank you.
I would like to call your attention to the beautiful partial rainbow over there. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lindsay Machado, and I live at Russell Hill Road in Brookline. So I'm here today in support of the proposed amendment to warrant Article 15. And the reason why I am in favor of it is because I believe, and my limited experiences within this community have led me to believe, that these ideologies of CRT are already happening within our community, particularly to my 14-year-old child, as well as my 16-year-old son. Just to pinpoint one example, I had a situation with the middle school as it pertains to the remote learning, and one of the assignments given as an assignment for remote learning for an English class. We're not talking about social studies, we're talking about English. And the assignment was, it was a journal entry, and it was not very clear that it was non-graded assignment, but nonetheless, it was given as an assignment. And this assignment was, what does the term Black Lives Matter mean to you? And some of the keywords that they were free to Google search were George Floyd, police brutality, white privilege, and quite a few others. In conjunction with this journal assignment, my child was asked to read excerpts from a book called Ghost Boys, and this book is loosely based on the Tamir Rice story, and it was framed to indicate that the accidental shooting of a person of color, a child, had to do with race. Another one of her friends experienced in her math class a quote from the teacher that was, "The next time a person of color walks by you, please take note of how you feel." If any of you here today feel that that is okay, I have to strongly disagree. And I also have to say that if you think that critical race theory is not already happening in our schools, it absolutely is, and that is why I'm in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Lorna Spargo, 6 Regina Road, Brookline. I'd like to bring a little bit of cheer to this. I'd like to celebrate the fact that we reached equity in my classroom from College Board. We won an award from College Board for equity in my classroom. What that meant was, last year I had 10 female students and 8 male students. Now I don't choose or pick my students. They choose to come into my classroom. But because of that fact, because of the very strong percentages that are out there that do not, that women do not represent in the field of computer science, it is now celebrated. Are we not going to be able to celebrate this? Are we not going to be able to celebrate the national winners that I have who win awards because they're female? I mean, this is, we're talking also about equity. So I want to make clear to you, be very careful when you step into a vote that you're really not sure about each piece of it. Be very careful. I vote against this amendment and article.
Ms. McGee. Oh, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the amendment? If you want to speak to the amendment, please come forward. Yes, ma'am.
Diane Marcellini, Laurel Crest Drive, Brookline. And most of the comments that I had to make have been already made, but I think I'm opposed to both the petition warrant and the amendment because it stops the difficult conversations that are needed in our schools in order to help our student body feel included, feel engaged, and to actually do their best. I think that we're not helping our teachers to help the students with these difficult conversations. We should be bringing back to teachers if we think that they're teaching things in the wrong way. But this petition warrant is actually just stopping some of these difficult conversations that are critical to our students in order for them to feel equity in the classroom and to feel valued. And all of our students need to feel valued if they're going to do their best within our school system. So I'm very much opposed to the petition warrant article. I am also on the DEI committee, and I think the DEI resolution is a really good step and a positive step in this direction, so if people would take a look at that. It doesn't include equity as equity of outcome. It includes equity as equity of opportunity, and I don't think we're really fighting the same. I think we're in agreement for the most part. I think we do want our students to be able to have their voices be heard, but we want to make sure that it's guided in the right way. That requires some of these difficult conversations. So I'm opposed to this warrant article and the amendment.
Speaking to the amendment? Yes. Step right up.
Hi, my name is Carl Heffley, 199 Pine Hill Road in Hollis.
Do you have a voting card?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Long-time listener, first-time speaker. I'm against the amendment. I'm also against the proposed amendment. I believe the ideology and the thinking behind the language this is a positive thing for us. But I rely on my educators to teach my children, my soon-to-be 4-year-old, my soon-to-be 8-year-old, as what my mother, who taught for 55 years, said. You have to look at everything from every experience. You have to look at every perspective. My wife works in policy and framework. She does a lot of research. You can't implement policies without understanding the frameworks of things. This is just a mouthpiece. It's a vision statement that we're going to create here. How are we going to execute and measure this? How are we going to weigh ourselves against this? It's just a statement, and it's poorly worded. We need to revisit this, and I think it could be an excellent thing for us, but we need to table this, and I think we need to have a committee that's going to sit and really think about how we're going to collectively think about the proper way to accomplish what we're really trying to achieve here, and to remain keeping our kids open-minded and learning in ways that we're not sheltering them for the rest of their lives. Thank you.
Speaking to the amendment.
Hi, my name is Justin Moquin. I'm on 6 Sawmill Road, Hollis. And in this amendment, I hear a lot of talk about critical race theory. I actually don't see critical race theory anywhere in the 9 points of this. What I do see is assignment of fault, blame, bias, or accusations of oppression upon individuals, races, or sexes due to actions of others in the present or in the past is unjust, which to me is a slippery slope of not being able to talk or teach about Reconstruction and the repeal of Reconstruction efforts after the Civil War, and 100 years later after that, Jim Crow laws in the South, these types of things that I think are an important part of the history of where we are today as a country. The one other thing I wanted to point out about this is in some of the materials that I got in the mail, it says, vote yes to Dr. Martin Luther King's version of equality, justice, and unity. I'd like to read this quote quickly from Martin Luther King. Whenever this issue of compensatory or preferential treatment is raised, some of our friends recoil in horror. The black man should be granted equality, they agree, but should ask for nothing more. On the surface, this seems reasonable, but this is not realistic, for it is obvious that if a man enters a race 300 years later than another man, the first would have to perform some incredible feat to catch up to his fellow runner. To me, this means that something like that from Dr. King couldn't be taught in the school or mentioned, and so I am against this article. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Allison Marsano, 30 Laurel Crest in Brookline. I'd like to commend him for pointing out that there is no CRT in the amendment that has been put forward, because that's what I was noticing too. And I'd also like to thank Ms. Levesque for pointing out that I was not the only one who had to look up what CRT was, because I was completely ignorant as well. But aside from that, some things that I've really noticed was that nobody apparently goes to the SAU website and looks up the policies that are already in place, because there's a bunch of them under A and AC and ACA and ACE are all the anti-discrimination policies that we already have in place that the SAU and the co-op has to abide by. And then under policy implementation, if you have a concern about a policy that isn't implemented, that's under CH. And then if you have a concern about how the curriculum or anything is being implemented and taught, academic freedom is under IB. And I agree that if you have a concern about how something is going with your child's teacher and how they're being taught, you need to bring that up with your teacher and work it out. And believe me, I have been there. I am probably one of the least favorite parents at HB right now. But I continue to do so because I care about my child's education, and I will continue to do that. And they are incredibly accommodating people to work out differences. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Logan Levake, 2 McDaniels Drive, Brookline, New Hampshire. So I was a student here. I graduated in 2014, and I wanted to speak towards the kind of things that people have been saying in regards to that racism doesn't actually happen in this town, or that this policy of diversity and diversity education would be somehow creating an inflammatory situation where kids would have like negative side effects. I can tell you from personal experience as a black person who lived in Brookline all of my life and has many friends, or not many friends, because there's not that many people of color here, but has friends that were people of color who have experienced racism. I will tell community members who have earlier said things that negates that it has happened. I will be happy to answer questions as far as the situations, how it has happened, how it's made me feel, how I've reacted to it. We've had a Black Lives Matter event that happened in the middle of Hollis that talked about Black voices and Black experiences. So I would encourage people that don't think that it happened in this community to look at that. And I would encourage people to vote no against this article and this amendment, just because it's extremely limiting in the way that we can educate students. And there's already a commission that has been created to create a diversity and equity environment. So, yeah.
Speaking to the amendment.
Jen Morrissey, Laurel Crest Drive, Brookline. And I'm not going to say anything new. A lot of what has been said really well by other people. A couple things that I just do want to highlight. And the young lady who just spoke about the fact that people do experience bias, discrimination, and racism in our communities is valid. We're relatively, look around. We're primarily Caucasian. We're majorly, not universally, we're highly affluent. We're relatively insulated. Sometimes about the realities of the world that we live in, sometimes about the realities of our community. I have personally seen a really good friend of mine walk into a building in Hollis, sit next to me and say, "Oh, thank goodness you saved me a seat." The woman wearing the hijab. We can't pretend that we don't have issues that need to be addressed. We can't face the fact that we live in a bigger universe and that we have to prepare both ourselves and our kids to be effective, productive, happy members within that universe. Very specifically to the warrant and the amendment, it only addresses portions of the different ways that people are different. It talks specifically about race and sex. It mentions, I think once, political and religious affiliation. It doesn't mention disability. It doesn't mention gender identification. It misses a lot. Every voice that has mentioned critical race theory has been a voice in support of the warrant and the amendment. They're the only ones who have equated DEI and CRT. That should say something.
Speaking to the amendment.
Yes, speaking to the amendment and the article. Brandy Langfield, 11 Black Oak Drive. I strongly recommend voting against this article and amendment. As a mother of 4 young children in this community, has frightened me how the community has reacted to this topic. As a Girl Scout leader of multiple troops, a topic I just taught 5 to 6-year-old was about respect. Respecting others and yourself. Let's remember this as adults. We need to respect each other as a community, whether we agree or disagree on each other's personal viewpoints. I feel it is critical for our teachers to be prepared and better equipped to teach our students in a non-biased way around the topics of diversity, equity, and inclusion. For those against DEI, I ask, have you listened to the members of our community involved in this effort and what their goals are within our community? It is not CRT. Let's come together as a community and respect each other, not tear each other down. We believe as parents raising children in these times, our community should support and empower the work of DEI. There is no mention of CRT within the scope of this work. As a community member, I ask we vote no to this amendment in Article 15 in an effort to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion within our community. And on a personal note, I grew up in a community of a very diverse environment. I was raised in a family of a lot of racist comments. And I learned within my school and within my community and from teachers to accept all and respect all. And we need to prepare our teachers in our community to do the same in a non-biased way. And this is what DEI is working towards. Thank you.
Speaking to the amendment. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, James Spears, Buttonwood Drive. I rise today to support the amendment not as a definitive statement, but as a recognition that there's a philosophical disagreement that's going on in our Western society. I grew up in the Philippines. After my dad got out of the service, he went over there as a mission worker, and the NPA rebels in the 80s tried to murder him twice. And the only reason they tried to murder him and his associates was because he was breaking their coercive hold over interior villages that were living in abject poverty and had access to no basic amenities. So whenever I see coercion being pulled out to silence voices or try to pressure people into taking a certain side, my alarm bells start to go off. Coercion is a very horrible way to get things done. And it's very noteworthy that diversity, equity, and inclusion is a politically loaded word. It means different things for different people. So we should stop using that term and start using plain English so that people don't slide things in on us under the radar. I think it's very ironic that some of the greatest opponents of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I say equity as opposed to equality because equity is a communist term. You don't want to all drive a Honda Civic. And that's why the language has changed. So as somebody who grew up in that environment where my parents were under threat, that concerns me. And the greatest defenders of our society here, the people who speak our praises the most, are those people from China, from Russia, and from Cuba, and other places who fled communist dictatorships and came here to America. And the conversation we're having today is very familiar to them. So I would encourage everyone, if you are practicing coercion, if you are threatening people, if you are intimidating them, you're on the wrong side of the argument. Let's have this conversation in an open and honest way and recognize that this conflict over diversity, equity, inclusion versus diversity, equity, equality, Martin Luther King's vision is very real and it's not going away. Thank you.
Ms. St. John.
Yes, thank you. I'm not going to add a lot except for the fact that the work of the DEI committee, which was established after multiple public hearings in our town, which multiple views were brought forth, that committee has been working hard, and I just see this initial amendment and the initial warrant article and the amendment as a tool to stop that work. And I think we need to have faith in this group and go to a future school board meeting, go speak with our superintendent. If you need to expand that group and have more voices at the table, then albeit. But all this warrant article does, petition warrant article does, and the associated amendment is to stop that work. So I strongly support everyone to vote no on both the amendment and the original article. Thank you.
Are there other speakers to the amendment? Mr. Garuba.
Can I speak one more time? I just have one more thing to add. So I've heard many sides and many positions raised, but a lot of it doesn't seem to talk to the amendment itself. Many voices have said that it restricts speech. The town attorney or whoever from the legal perspective has said it does not restrict speech. In fact, it's only advisory. And that is only intent. The intent is not to restrict speech or limit speech in any way. So I've also heard support for the committee process, and I'd like to raise my support for the town meeting process in which we are now participating. This is the formal process by which all of the citizens can make their voices heard. It is the most inclusive way for this community to discuss its values and set its priorities. Any other process, by its nature, is exclusive of those not participating. Therefore, cannot speak for the town as a whole. Why should we delegate such an important responsibility to a small group when we can all be part of the process?
I'm going to speak with the amendment.
I thought we could lure you up here.
I was here so long, I decided the amendment's the way to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kat McGee, Hayden Road, Hollis.
We're not in the legislature. I'm just a moderator, not a speaker.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so a lot of folks have said a lot of things that I agree with, and it's also really interesting to hear people come up and express the concerns that they have. And I do respect everybody in the community for the concerns that they have. I think one of the things that was mentioned by Mr. Cadman, I believe, earlier, he started to allude to the fact that critical race theory, information, propaganda has been starting to swirl around across the country, and it's being used for political reasons. And my concern is that the DEI process was kind of hijacked by these concepts being brought here as though they were a threat here, when there is no evidence of that in the proceedings that were being undertaken at the school. I think the question of us being able to have meaningful conversations with our students around diversity, equity, equality, whatever you want to call it, having people understand that there are inequities or inequality. I mean, I think we're wordsmithing at this point to try and choose whose words are best. And I think part of that is to distract us and keep us from actually gaining any momentum on the things that really matter, which is that the country is going through a conversation around race, and we want our students to be equipped to at least express what they think, understand what's going on around them, and be able to incorporate it into the way that they think. I do understand that because of politics, people are concerned that they don't want, their kids learning things that they don't believe and that sort of thing. But that's not what education is, You have to understand what's true, and we have had prior speakers mention the fact that there are things that are true, and I do trust our educators in this wonderful school system to be able to bring those conversations in a way that is meaningful and helpful to our students. So I am opposed to both the amendment, which I agree with a prior speaker that it is narrower than what we are doing in the work of the DEI effort. And so I don't believe that the amendment, which doesn't really relate to anything that's going on in Hollis, or the amendment, I don't think the amendment or the warrant article, the petition warrant article, are necessary. So I would vote against them.
Speaking to the amendment.
My name is Mike Raimondi. I live on Olson Drive in Hollis. I am in support of the amendment. I've heard several opponents so far say that this is not an issue, that if this passes, it will inhibit diversity of thought, that there are appropriate channels for addressing concerns. However, we've heard numerous examples firsthand that their diversity of thought is being stomped out in the classroom right now. We also hear it's not a problem here, but we've also heard testimony that yes, it is. My kids are being bullied. Our kids are being bullied. The parents are being bullied. It's a real problem. It's here. And if you want to talk about systemic oppression, it's against those with a voice opposing what's going on. They're being systemically oppressed by the school system. And so to pretend nothing's going wrong, that everything's under control, just let us take care of it, that's the problem right there. And we as concerned parents want to stop any further encroachment upon our rights and our way of bringing up our children, and having them taught that perhaps they should hate themselves, hate their country, and ultimately to hate God.
Mr. Huber.
Yes, I just want to briefly address some false comments that were made. There was a comment made that people are trying to equate DEI and CRT. That is completely false. I think those of us who are informed know the difference, right? DEI is a good thing, right? You heard Mr. Scott come up and talk about how he is part of the DEI committee. He supports it, and he supports this amendment, right? The reason is CRT is not DEI. It's a perversion of it, okay?
Thank you.
We've also heard false statements that CRT is not in the schools. Sure, it might not be in the official curriculum, but we heard many people come up here and give specific examples. All right? And finally, we heard people falsely claim that the warrant article or the amendment are trying to shut down conversations or that they're trying to prevent teaching anything or whatever. That couldn't be further from the truth, right? What this is trying to do is prevent teachers from promoting CRT concepts, not from teaching, right, about what it is, but about promoting it. And it's very similar to a teacher's political stance on any particular issue. If your student knows your political affiliation, you've failed.
Mr. Ledoux.
Good evening, Mr.
Do you have a
Moderator.
voting card?
I do, somewhere. There it
you
is.
go. Thank you.
Well, we are 8 hours and 5 minutes into this annual co-op meeting.
And I've been standing here for almost all of it.
And I want to thank the members of the staff, the board members, all of the folks that have endured this, and for all the people on the budget committee as well. First of all, I want to bring some clarity to this. This whole DEI thing was at the behest of our wonderful SAU superintendent, who was looking for an advisory input on this whole issue earlier last fall. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that right, Andy? And so what we're doing here is we're trying to provide some feedback as intelligent Yankees who live in New Hampshire, who believe in participatory democracy. And this is an opportunity for you to express your views. You may not want to adopt the amendments. You may not even want to adopt the underlying warrant. But let's understand what this is. These are guardrails intended to assist the DEI committee to play within a certain safe area. Because to go outside of that, you start into areas that can become very problematic from a legal standpoint, from an ethical standpoint, from a political standpoint. And we don't need to spend any more money on lawyers than we absolutely have to. So I would implore all of you, search your heart, think about your conscience. Remember, this is one of the few states in the entire country that never had slavery. We sent over 1,000 people into the conflict known as the Civil War, and less than 620 of them came back alive. So yes, there are pockets of concern in interpersonal relationships. But I stand here essentially to thank all of you for participating, to thank the people who worked on the DEI committee, who architected all of these warrant articles. And at this point in time, at this late hour, I would like to call the question.
Well, the motion on the floor is an amendment, so he's calling the question on the amendment. Is there a second?
Point of order?
Yes.
Can't give a speech and then call the question.
That's a good point. I will accept that. Who else needs to speak to the amendment? 1, 2.
Call the question, please.
All right. There you go. Move the question by Ms. Roy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Yes, sir. Your name?
Forward Bear, 25 John Bart.
I can't understand.
Forward Bear, 25 John Bart Road, Hollis.
Thank you. No, go talk to him. Go talk to him. So the motion is to end debate on the amendment. If you are in favor of ending debate, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you are opposed to ending debate, please raise your cards, and the ayes have it. How many more speakers do we have on the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Garuba is last. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Charity Bell. I live at 25 Forens Drive in Hollis. I was taught in considering the equity and rights of others that if I decide that other people have enough equity It means that I would gladly exchange my life with theirs, that I would live in exactly the same circumstances, that I would raise my children in their shoes. If you are voting yes, it means that you would gladly raise your child in an environment knowing that because they are Black, they are 40% more likely to be suspended from school at an early age with exactly the same behaviors as another. It means that you're comfortable with the idea that because you've named your child Taquan instead of John, they are 20% less likely to get a call back on a job. If you're voting yes for this amendment, it means that you would gladly trade your life with theirs, live in exactly the same circumstances, receive exactly the same treatment. I vote no.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Becky Balfour from 31 Van Dyke Road, Hollis. And just for clarification on a recent comment, there actually were slaves here in New Hampshire as early as 1645. Portsmouth actually was a hub of slave activity. I've taught for 30 years in New Hampshire and 22 years here at Hollis Brookline High School. I have been privileged to raise my two 20-something-year-old children here in this wonderful community. I coach in this community, I advise classes, and I live here. I teach U.S. history. My husband graduated from Hollis Brookline in 1986. I teach U.S. history, world history, sociology, and advanced placement psychology. We teach history. We teach facts and science. You will not find CRT listed in our syllabi. The graduate who talked earlier about anecdotal evidence of teacher conversation